Hello everyone, it's Matthew, meachew or Peach. I'm back with meachew commentary 27. My stream was terminated. I don't know why. I suspect maybe it was the Vocaloid music I was playing, but we'll see what happens. I'm very interested to test it out. Okay, so I have multiple streams going. I said before, we'll see what happens. Because I'll play Resident Evil 6 first, and I'll see what I'll play through the campaign. Maybe. Oh, maybe I should. Okay. A lot of people don't like Resident Evil 6, but I do. On YouTube, I apologize, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Okay. I'll go back to it after. Because in the past I was able to do lo-fi and Vocaloid, maybe. But maybe it was the other stuff, because I was streaming at November 9, and I know that you can't actually really do that either. Well, I don't know, I'll see. I'll see what happens though.
So as an American, you just don't care about the Declaration of Independence.
Okay, so, well, I'll just add this one, 27 and 26, to the same, like, live streams maybe. Because I tried to, like, live stream before. No, I'm grateful I didn't get a strike or, like, a copyright claim. They terminated the stream, but it's okay. I like YouTube a lot, though. But you should always say you should try to archive your stuff. Because you never know if you're muted or not. And I want mine. Make sure you archive your stuff. People should try to archive it. Is what I try. Okay. Now, I don't know if it's going well so far. I can't tell. I guess we'll see.
So what I'm saying foundational, I just saying
I think what I'm going to try to do from now on is to not
I'm saying the
like live stream. Maybe I won't live stream the content anymore, just the audio, which is okay with me. I get it, you know, not my own stuff, and it makes sense. But the reason I think Resident Evil 6 gets a bad rap, many people don't like the gameplay and stuff, but like, I like it. The reason why I like the gameplay is you can do a lot more with it than the other games. Yeah, it's not like scary, but I don't think I'll take products from Resident Evil games were. I want to see what oh yeah, it was because my last stream got taken down because of, I think it was like third-party audio or whatever. I can't exactly remember what it was. There we go, that's okay. I can go through this just fine and playing the games and stuff. I think I'll be satisfied with it. I wonder if it's because of the vocal line. It's kind of loud though. I like your vocal right, but I don't want to listen to you. Or I want to let you turn you down more. Anyway, I hope people are blessed by God, including YouTube. YouTube, you're pretty awesome. I know a lot of people don't like Google, but I don't mind them. So going back to the Resident Evil stuff, one of my favorite Resident Evils is Resident Evil 6 and Resident Evil 5. Because in the game Resident Evil 6, you can do a lot. The other games you can't do that. So I think there's a lot of good stuff there. Are we stuck? Is this professional? I think it is. Yeah, I like Resident Evil 6. I know a lot of people don't. It doesn't bother me because Resident Evil games to me weren't really that scary. But I didn't mind them. Like I got infinite ammo for this sniper. Oh yeah, break down 2 rooms.
Right, you're right. Birth rights is
Yeah.
yeah.
The 14th Amendment?
Yeah.
It's the 14th Amendment prohibits states from infringing on religious freedom by applying the First Amendment to them through the due process.
Read the 14th.
Let's see. Um, so again, I do not mind the atmosphere of Resident Evil 6.
I think that's the case. Besides, even if it was
The reason why it doesn't bother me is because the other games, they don't really scare me much either. I know people like the fixed camera angles and whatnot, but for me, just didn't do it. So,
So whether I remember it or not, like who
people who are
but if the 14th Amendment says what I'm suggesting,
inconsistent, self-righteous, hypocrites who are not consistent with their own stuff, even if they have context for that thing. Scaling the white light is the strongest character in fiction, in my opinion. If Jesus Christ was God, and when he said, "For Abraham is born, I am," the time has existed as before, which implies he was God. So there is that. And then, I don't know if I'm going to be able to, like, do a no death run, but I don't know. And get ready for, like, whatever that was. I remember it was like it was like a dumpster or something. Okay, yeah, okay, fine, she's like,
nothing at all to do with religion. Had to do with birthright citizenship. They focused on that.
okay,
What they were saying
something like I did like Resident Evil 6. I did not mind it. I guess the story, it was okay. But I really liked the gameplay Mercenaries. I guess for the gameplay, I kind of wish they maybe put more elements, which wasn't like the Leon campaign does, and maybe the other ones too, at times. They just don't consistent. See, I would say that this is more like scary or more horror theme based. It's not really scary for me. No, I don't really get scared very much at all because, well, who needs to be bothered by stuff like that? Not I. You can like fiction and stop the fiction. You can like fiction and not like it in real something in real life as well. You can like the aesthetics of something and say somebody had some good ideas and not fully agree with them. You can have your own you can each be challenged by not taking it personally. By not taking it personally and stuff like that. I guess the other one would be is that you don't have to take it personally or get offended, even if you get like, I don't know, even if you get like, what was I saying? Even if you like, even if you take like, even if your beliefs get questioned and stuff, you don't have to take it personally. I do like Resident Evil 4, the original one, and the remake too is also good. But yeah, you can like aesthetics of something without agreeing with the philosophy or the beliefs. You can like fiction of something, even if you don't agree with it in real life. You don't have to take everything personally nor get offended when your beliefs are questioned. You can have your beliefs questioned, you can believe in something and say it's an argument for incredulity, which I believe many of my people do because I'm an LDS Mormon. I believe that God can do everything, anything, because the arguments that many of my people say is that they say, well, God can't create something from nothing because it's illogical. The issue with this is that you don't have all knowledge or all power. You don't have the abilities of God. You don't have the knowledge of God to clearly say what He can and can't do. You're just saying what He can't do based on your own perfect logic, and that you can't hold the logic of humans to the logic of God. And many LDS people say, well, God can't make a square circle. Even if that's the case, even if you can't do something that's a logical contradiction, you wouldn't be able to know that. It's like, how do you know for certain God can't make a square circle? Even if we take that He can't make a square circle, even if we can't make a square circle, the fact of the matter is, we can't possibly know that we can. So I'm not saying whether He can or can't, but just saying, well, it's logically impossible for God to do something that's out of our comprehension. And I'm like, how do you know that something is outside of your comprehension? Oh, well, because humans can't envision a square circle, or we can't envision 2 plus 2 can't equal anything but 4. It's like, okay, but the issue here is that you still can't actually know or can't do something that doesn't mean anything. So just saying, well, God can't do something logical because I don't understand it, feels like an argument for incredulity. It just seems like you're just saying, wow, I can't envision it, so it can't happen. It's like, okay. Like, good luck. You can't actually know what God can't do, but okay. And to say, well, He has to obey the laws of logic, or He has to obey the law of reality, because we can't envision it, I think it's a very strange argument to say, oh, He can't do anything because, well, gee, look at that. I can't envision anything. Well, maybe you can't envision it, but that doesn't mean God can't do it. Just because you can't understand something doesn't make it illogical from that standpoint. Just saying, well, I can't envision it because it can't be the case because it's not logically possible, or I can't envision it, or it can't happen, it's just strange. Just a fallacy. It's an argument from incredulity. You know, there's other fallacies too that people don't know about. The Texas sharpshooting. There's the strawman fallacy, which is basically taking things out of context. Oh, that's you. That's you in there, Cotton. I wonder if something I also like about the Infinite ammo for Resident Evil 6 is that even though there's infinite ammo for it, you still have to reload, whereas at least in Resident Evil 4, you got infinite ammo with, Resident Evil 4, you got infinite ammo with like the Chicago typewriter or the infinite launcher or the PRM or the hand cannon or I think it is the hand cannon. You could just spam it and hold down the trigger forever, and so the Chicago typewriter, infinite pocket launcher, the PRL, and anything else, they really make the oh wow, I'm almost done. Jeez, man. Well, it's a good thing I have Road Medic +1, because when you have that as one of your equip skills, if you get killed by the partner, they can bring you back up. Pretty cool stuff, by the way. And I'm kind of surprised my still hasn't been terminated. Jeez, man, I think I'm almost dead. Alright. I gotta use my... No, let's not use that yet. Something I like about Resident Evil 6 also is that you don't have to have a babysitter. Cause Sheva, in Resident Evil 5 and actually in Resident Evil 4, you have to constantly watch them. Now Sheva, you can get armor for, actually in Resident Evil 4 you can get armor for her and she can be protected, but you don't get that for a while though. Or after you beat the game on either normal or professional. I think it's on professional, I believe, but I'm not sure. But Sheva though, until you get the infinite ammo, she's a liability because unlike Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil 5, you have to watch your partner because they have a health bar. Resident Evil 6, there's no health bar. So, I think it's better for Resident Evil 6 and 5. Well, 5 is harder, but it's harder for the wrong reasons. Because you have to watch a partner rather than your partner can just take care of themselves for some reason. Even though they're like trained in this stuff, she doesn't need to like backup. It's like, dude, man, if you need like, if you need help, if you're a great soldier, you need help. Then I don't know what to tell you. And yes, I know Jill went against him and she's like super soldier and she's enhanced and stuff. But still, I don't like that Jill can't like protect herself. I mean, she could if she had like no health bar, you didn't have to watch out. But the fact that you need like your leader is crazy. Here's what's going to I'm not going to press the button for the door. Oh, I'm waiting. I'm pretty sure the alarm's going to come on now. Oh, okay. Okay, drafting more zombies. Oh, I'm sorry, lost progress. Jeez, man. See how, like, down, fast down again? Jeez. Yeah. Well, the campaign is also known in like Jake and Sherry's because they used the map, which is kind of like the hunter person, like the guy who runs after you in the original Resident Evil 3. I forgot what it was called, but it would chase you. Shit, I don't remember the name, but it would chase you. Kind of like Mr. X in the Resident Evil 2 remake. What's it called anyway? There's, Jeez, man, you die so quickly. Yeah, I was down in the middle of that too. Dude, I was like, pick a bucket, man. I'm not playing too well. But yeah, I'm not. Because I'm not used to playing Resident Evil 6. At least not on professional difficulty. Which is one difficulty removed from the no hope mode. You can't use infinite ammo in that mode. I'm looking for some medallions. Sometimes you can like find them like on ceilings and stuff in the drawers. And it gives you, if you get them, it gives you like extra points or something. I can see one. Unless I probably, maybe I can catch them. Oh, see, there it is right there. Oh. Okay. Let's go now. What the heck? wrong.
Founding fathers actually believed that the merging of church and state was important. They would have found a way to regulate the Constitution. They did not. Allowing states to have choice of vote is not the same
They
thing.
should have known that.
Were states allowed to
Oh,
make their own religion?
okay,
That has nothing to do with, for example, saying that the church doesn't get a hand in statescraft, which is written exclusively into the law. Yes.
yes. Already more better than Shelby could ever be. Plus, I don't have to watch Elena's help.
They were like, man, really? This is your bonus. This is
I
your
don't
bonus.
like that stumbling animation. Just walk over him alone.
The merging of church and state. It was something that they really cared about. But they couldn't.
Walk over these people. Or they're not people anymore.
And so, instead, what they did is they wrote it out and they just let states do so they could sneakily blend in their building of church and state. That's your argument.
Okay, good one.
Yes, that's your argument. Are we getting personal? Are we getting personal? Because you said no personal when you started.
I do miss the workshop when I was on Agent 4 though. But yeah, people who write fiction for how others, like how they act and stuff, it's not for fiction. Fiction can't make you do something. Aesthetics can't make you do something. Beliefs, even if beliefs can't make you do anything. Actually, let's take it back. They can tempt you, but they can't really make you. Unless you truly believe something is happening, if you're like hallucinating, I guess you would believe in it. And like, cause it's like,
For the pan Protestant and Catholics at the federal level, for them to somehow agree on some kind of
so maybe it depends on what I mean by belief.
make more sense, but
It usually like a hallucination or something like that.
they can have like a new denomination that pops up that doesn't exist. And so they're like, wait a second, instead of doing that, what we'll do instead is we'll leave it up to prospective states where they can tell us whatever.
These zombies are adorable. Come on, Elena, let's go.
So what is interesting
Hmm.
by your law, the founding fathers, they actually secretly wanted the church and state to work, but they couldn't write it in.
Where did you get that?
Your argument.
I never argued.
This is the implication. It's not your implication. You're saying that actually the founding fathers, they did want the church and state. Do you think that?
They wanted the states to be able to
Do you think that the founding fathers wanted America to have a blend of church and state, but they wanted the church to have
Take 'em right up ahead. You're almost there. Keep running.
Majority of the founding fathers who signed the yes.
Okay.
like some
National Protestant
Alright.
men of God, right? And the others men of God
So here's where you have to look for the keys.
they federal level as a blend of church and state that they call the founding.
It's not going to be in the court department.
states respectively, which makes more sense. State specifically so that purposes of things like losers and things like this.
And I think yeah, don't push the R2 and L2 button. Alright, we got out of there.
Exactly. That's my whole point. Exactly. Yes, it is. If the founders, if at the federal level, they can't make a determination of who the Christian is or isn't, and that's why you leave it up to the state. The state.
Founding fathers did actually want church and state to not be separate. However, they couldn't find a way to write it in the Constitution other than through the fundamentals. Doesn't your Constitution? Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. You can correct me after. Just write it down.
Leon, Helena, are you
So
sure,
you're saying
right?
the founding fathers, by implication, they actually did want the church and state to be blended. They actually valued it by if you're saying that they wrote it into the Constitution by allowing it to stay separate, which is implying that the founding fathers did want church and state to be blended. They just couldn't write it in within the First Amendment clause, so they allowed the states to do it in a sneaky way to
Nice,
smuggle
nice.
in prejudice.
This is like the worst straw man ever. No, here's my actual position. The actual position is do the Articles of Confederation, and that not working, we knew that we needed to have a federalist nation, otherwise we couldn't have currency, standing army, or anything like this. Because of that, the states were completely distrustful of the federal government because they had just fought off a massive fucking kingdom. Were very distrustful, and so they needed to sell it to them. The way that they sold it to them is they were like, well, since it's all Protestantism, we can't figure out our foundation, so we will take a secular approach at a national level. And what we'll do is we'll keep the 10th Amendment, and each of you can put in your own religions if you want to. That was a compromise. It has nothing to do with the motivation of the founders at the federal level wanting it, not wanting it.
These are more scary than the other ones, I think.
That's great. But you just said what you're saying is, which refers to my argument, and it's not. My argument is there's a compromise between the states and the feds. And the compromise was that the feds were not going to tell the states what religions they could or couldn't have. Period.
And was the compromise why the founding fathers compromised because they had a hope that the church and state would stay connected. They just couldn't let it in. Is that what you're saying?
At which level?
So they were hoping that the nation
I really like the covers, like the switch over cover system.
They wanted at the national level to adhere to the idea that only the states could enforce whatever their religious values are.
I'm asking that the more reasonable to conclude that the
They
founding
were in the subway.
church and state, but they did not want to separate churches.
Not really.
Express at which level?
I'm assuming that if they felt it at the federal level, they probably felt it at the state level. I don't know why a founding father would like,
Jefferson.
I don't want it at the state level, but I actually did. You said compromise, right?
Jefferson was like that states have religions and he made that case. But other presidents made it clear they were fine with it.
So the majority of the founding fathers included in separation of church and state.
At the national level, that was the compromise, yes.
Do they want it?
I don't know.
Well, LeBron might go to the Golden State Warriors.
Some of them did, some of them didn't.
Do you think most of them did or most?
I don't know if it's most. Do you?
You said a majority of the founding fathers. Well, I would say
I said weren't yes.
I also said that they were Protestant.
Is he gonna play with Steph Curry?
So my argument would be that these good old Christian boys all agreed that
Let's see what happens.
that's why they wrote it into the Constitution.
At the federal
Because we know Kevin Durant got a lot of crap about
They
it.
just didn't take the state's rights. They just
But I guess it's because he went to the team that beat him, even though they were up 3-1. And
at a state level, but they would not have
LeBron's older, and so is Steph. But Steph Curry is still lethal and stuff.
at the federal. Okay, I don't know how.
Why would they want it not at
At the federal level, they did not want
Yeah, I think if it goes over to Golden State, because he can still stay in LA and stuff. I know he wants money, but he's like 42. He's still one of the best players, I think. Is he my favorite player? Is he one of the best? Yes. Because I'm more comparable to Jalen Brunson and Steph Curry because those guys are like 16, even though I'm 5'5" only, and those guys can play. Steph Curry's the greatest shooter ever. Jalen Brunson is that dude.
You seem to be saying that was it the motivation, if it was the case that there was no states, would the founders have preferred no religion?
So I've made already a firm that well, the founding fathers, despite being dominant,
Mm-hmm.
value marriage,
Why did someone say my name?
Protestant or Catholic, went out of their way to write religion out of a federal nation, grounding America at a nation level as a
I guess the dog did.
in fact, so non-religious. Hold on, you're not done.
I'm in Reggie.
It does give them some
What tantrum? I'm just sitting here.
eye roll.
Yeah, that was
Which is
killer.
fine. It's
disappointing. Well, those dogs waited in like a graveyard area. You know, maybe harder, but that was pretty easy, I have to admit.
I just tried to steel man, you cut me off. When I was trying to steel man your position, you cut me off.
I don't know.
Okay, got it. So here's the thing.
If you're going to steal man, you should probably
What?
conversation. I want to understand you, and you want to understand
Why
me.
not? You better help me out.
My understanding of your position is that no, you're a
Oh, that's right.
wanted
I should have,
church and state too, but you believe that essentially they allow the states to do it so that the states
One
would save
down,
lives. And they would at the federal level, they would recognize that they were compromised, and they couldn't find a good compromise amongst the
I
states.
got to go over.
How's that interesting?
First part.
It's like you're not my Jill Valentine. Not my Jill.
Themselves would have a
You.
what's relevant is what they actually did with the states. The states itself, respective states, are
Okay.
of input as the federal government.
See,
That's what
there's the-
anti-federalist thought. You have a federalist mindset for some reason. You keep on, I understand the disconnect. The disconnect is you keep thinking that federal systems are just more important than state systems.
professional
Definitely not.
first years. I used to have mods for the game, but then I deleted everything, including the mods. And so, if I want to put them on, I'll have to download them.
Recognize the oath of Protestants over there. Not the federal government is making the demand that it had to be X thing. Swear oath to a thing. So what they did instead was they said, what we're going to do is we're not going to implement the nationalized religion. The states instead are going to be able to implement whatever religious institutions that they want. They were perfectly fine with them blending church and state. Yes, perfectly fine.
Do you think they preferred it?
Many of them, yes.
Why didn't they write into the federal constitution?
Oh, I'm not used to that. Alright, let's see. Well, is it... I wonder if it's... I want to see what happens.
I don't know if you want to have it seems like the answer's no, because in a good faith conversation, we're both trying to understand
Okay.
like a coherent version of one another. We're trying to actually understand.
Why did you just ask me, explain it to me when I just explained it to you? You said, then explain to me why they did that. And I'm like, I just explained to you why they did that.
So again, then I was going to say,
Okay,
which is that you're telling me the founding fathers, all of their intelligence, all of their battling, and their ability to do so much, like found America, they couldn't figure out a way
Alright,
to
here we
compromise
go.
if they actually all dominantly preferred a blending of church and state blending. They all did figure out a way to do that. So you're saying they actually did do that sneakily through the 10th Amendment.
It wasn't sneakily, it was up front of me.
Why wouldn't they just write that in the First Amendment? Why would the First Amendment bar the union of church and state?
well, I'm playing unprofessional.
At the federal level,
Out of my ass. What they did was they said, okay, we're not going to implement any religiosity on independent states. We're not going to do that ever, because each independent state gets to pass their own religion as part of the compromise that they made with the federal government due to the Articles of Confederation.
So I hear Capcom was Resident Evil, and a lot of stuff, what I like, at a particular time, it's based on my mood. So usually I play games based on my mood, or listen to music based on my mood, or like to research stuff based on my mood and stuff. So just really, when people say, what's your favorite FPS, or what's your favorite music genre, what's your favorite this or that, usually I say it depends on my mood. Depends on what I'm going through, it depends on my mood. Another thing that a lot of people are having trouble is finding jobs. You know, finding jobs these days, it's tough. It's hard to find a job. And really, I don't blame people. Like, I don't blame people if they want to do other stuff like, if they listen to, if they like listen, if they do, oh well, I guess OnlyFans, I prefer they not to, but to be honest, if they're earning a whole bunch of money like Sophie Ray and stuff, can you blame them? And how they earn the money? Like, I think it matters, but if you're taking away people's ability to do stuff is weird because just because, and banning I don't think works either. Just because you can do something, like, doesn't mean you should. For example, just because people, just because people won't, like, you don't want them to or you don't agree with them, doesn't mean they can't do it or whatever. I don't think you should force people to do something they don't really want to. I guess you could, but then it's like, it's not true, they're not truly enjoying that thing. They're only doing it out of some self-righteous obligation, or they're doing it because they don't want to do the alternative. You can't force people to do something unless you can't control them or something. You don't have to force them to do something. And it means more than you don't. That's why Jesus is remembered a lot. Because he didn't get angry when people didn't follow him. He didn't get angry. He didn't take it personally. He just allowed it, and he still showed them grace and love and stuff. And I think that's what we should, Christians should try to do. I know it is, and I don't know if I count as Christian. Jeez, man. Okay. Yeah, okay, But I don't really, like, it's they're going pretty strong. I don't know. I don't know.
Christians? The ones that they turned into Christians?
A lot of them had pagan religions and African religions that actually a lot of people
And then they put them all in churches and made them convert.
yeah, forced them to convert. Yeah, which is super great. That's
Well, whether it worked or not, they still were banking on Christian, yes.
yeah, they were forcing them in. But
And by the way, they didn't
by the way,
relax as being people at the time.
you're right. So why? So one of the issues is,
Okay.
they write about this. They don't want, for example, black people because they were some they feel worried about other religions getting on. Because a lot of people who are pagan religions. Suffrage for women, suffrage.
The lost part. Okay. To be honest, that just makes it like worse because when they're slow, when they spread their like bloggers and stuff, not a good tactical move on the enemy's part. Actually, quite dumb. Gave it the advantage just because you could sprout a tentacle. Okay, be my guest. But,
Oh, 3/5. I heard a different word.
what should... Yeah, but a lot of stuff, what I like to do, which isn't very much, depends on my mood. I also like to read books and study theology. I like doing that stuff. I like to do a lot of different things, to be honest. Play games, watch anime, research, learn, um, stay active, I like to stay in shape. I like to read books. I like manga, I like anime, I like cartoons. I actually like to be alone, but I don't mind talking to others either if they come up to me. 'Cause most of the time, people come up to me and stuff. I don't go up to them, not because I don't like people, but I'm more reserved, and so I'm a reserved person. I'm not exactly I'm not an outgoing person. I don't have a lot of charisma. I do get told a lot that I do get told a lot that I look younger than I actually am all the time. I'm 33 and I get told I look 17 and I still deserve to be in high school and stuff. Especially if I shave off my beard and my mustache. I get told, wow, you look so young back here. So, yeah, I know I get that a lot. So,
Yep. I think the federal level is pretty important. Is America important?
okay.
Is America federal?
It's both.
So what matters more when we're talking
There is no
about federal
more. The
policy?
system completely doesn't work unless you have both
Does
state
the
and
federal
federal.
government have
I like
hierarchy
this Shining Resonance refrain. I like the
on
characters.
everything that the federal government
I like
decided to
Casella a lot. She's a cool character. I like the other characters like Zest and Genus.
has decided to have
So
power?
by that same logic, does the state have hierarchy over the federal government?
No, because if the federal government, for example, decided to overimpose the state, they could fight it in courts. Technically, the federal government has
Let's
rule.
look at all the
That's
usages
not even how the system works.
we can
The
do.
states, prospectively, can override the federal
Well, I
government on all
bought
sorts
all
of
of
issues when it
the
comes to the 10th
boss
Amendment, what it's
ones,
there for.
or a lot of the
That's the
boss
separation
ones.
of powers you're talking about.
Yeah, it's
What you
not
just
a
said was
separation of powers.
incoherent. If it's the case that you say the federal government, yes, they
It
have authority
says
over the
you
states
can earn a lot of
based on
money.
everything they have
Like
the
I have
authority
like
over
2
the states
million,
with. It's
2
like, sure,
million
but the same thing applies to the
gold.
state. What you're talking about, when you say more or less important, that's not even a coherent question.
So yeah,
That wouldn't be the
there's
same
a
system.
lot
It
of
would be a completely different system.
So if the federal government decides to go to war and draft people,
there's a lot of sigils you can do and stuff. You can buy a lot of them.
and if the federal government, for example,
When
decided to
you earn a
send
lot of
national
XP,
guard into Minnesota,
there's a lot of different ones too.
there's more than that, but yeah.
Distortion that passes all races. Distortion of dragons at castle. Swordsmen. Different races coexist.
So
The demons fight each other.
the federal government just can actually move into a state.
On federal property,
Light and darkness.
can they go in? Can the federal
Like there's a lot of different sigils you can buy.
Okay, then what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about a hierarchy of
Okay, and here's how the stats go.
right? This is where we all start.
So
I'm saying American ethos is life, liberty, pursuit of happiness.
here's the trait, here's the
All
thing.
these things. And you said, where is that? And I said, well, in the Declaration of Independence is a start, and with the founding fathers back.
No, I didn't say where is it. I said what is this?
You also said where.
Yeah, what
So there's the Sonia.
is the philosophy of it?
The tutor is greatly decreases AP usage of normal attacks. Less than
Well, the liberty is the foundation.
Yeah, so
increases the chance and damage of criticals. Humor.
reference to a system, and I can change the First Amendment
Trying to force cast time and decreases MP usage.
within the confines of liberalism.
Excel
Shouldn't have an objection.
adds a poison effect to normal enemies and normal attacks.
Not the system. It's just your
Magnum
preference.
decreases MP cost and cast time of fire forces, increases damage and break effectiveness. Karika increases the number of arrows shot from normal attacks and certain force abilities that use a bow. Brings about the end. Here's Marion.
Go 20 years
Attacks become area of effect attacks and hits multiple targets. Premium magic that has been charged to the max. All forces can be performed instantly and Genus. Normal attacks will always deal critical damage. And of course, I have some of the base names. I have a lot of characters decked out. For the aspects and curricula, I have combo break, which means on all four of my characters, main ones, which means no attacks can break the enemy. For curricula, I also have poison arrow and paralyzing arrow. And so, it adds a poison effect to normal attacks and force arrow force abilities, and then it's a paralyzing effect to normal attacks and arrow attack force abilities. On Marion, I have MP cut, which decreases the MP cost of a healing force by 40, and then healing heart, which increases HP recovery by 20%. Those break up, which increases the effectiveness of those breaks, which already happen more because I have them on normal attacks now, which can happen. Finally, I have Saint Witch, which decreases the MP cost of healing forces by half. And I have MP cut also on her. And on Genus, I have combo break, aria cut, which shortens force cast time by half, and then I have overbreak, which greatly increases break effectiveness of attacks. So since I have all of those together, actually, it's pretty mean, to be honest. Okay, Krishna, let's just go with Krishna first. Let's not level up party. Let's do a super gold bonus. You can put another super gold bonus on top of it, but I'm not going to. I'll just put a regular gold bonus instead. Let's go to the abyss, I guess, first. Okay.
I will answer it afterwards. Write it down. No, write it down. Just answer the fucking. No, write it down and I'll answer it afterwards. You can do it all. We can do it. Yeah, it is okay. Yeah, I said I will answer your question afterwards. Write it down.
Just where else do they have life liberty?
I imagine lots of countries value things like liberty. I think most Western liberal democracies value liberty.
So Western liberal democracies have life liberty.
See, look how easy it's getting taken.
For example, so
It's actually what losing quite badly. That was easy. See, it was easy. In the same way, for example, that you said the ethos between Ireland and Spain is both Catholic and then they're different culture. You're doing this like so when here's the sneaky thing. No,
I want to finish.
No,
The thing is
said
you didn't actually tell me.
Well, I'm not good anyway. What am I talking about? What are you talking about, Matthew? You're not
I did
good.
say all countries. I did not say all
Western. Western.
I said most of the Western liberal
okay.
democracies share some version of
One. Give me one.
I said Canada.
Okay, Canada has life, liberty, and
Super
pursuit of
good
happiness. Do they have
bonus.
freedom?
I said liberty.
Which I want a country that has life, liberty, pursuit of
I
happiness?
did say that every single country shares every
Does
single
any
cultural
country
value.
share that?
Yeah.
Which one?
Maybe I'll do the other ones too.
Put them together in the way that
Oh
it's
yeah,
Francis
pursuing boss battles in the Grimoire or dungeon or like dungeon place. During that boss battles, I'll just sit on like arenas, even if you pick a different arena. It's okay. Because I don't mind it, to be honest. Yeah, but I think the dragon ones, they don't, but the other ones probably do, maybe. Depending on who you face and stuff. And it looks like a coliseum on the inside. Oh, that was easy. Easy come, easy go. It was pretty easy though.
Second time. You gotta send another one. Thank you. We have,
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Rag Blaze Age Chronicles, the first page. Before you can probably tell right now, I'm still in Florida based on the terrible music we're hearing in the background. And the ocean waves. I didn't go back right away. I decided that now would be a better time than later to find out that I was not well enough equipped for the mountain. And I didn't feel that way. So I took the time to go out to the sacred spot of hill farming and farm that hill. For monster spawns was actually quite hard because
I hated this boss the first time I fought it.
we can, so a lot of time has passed actually.
Because it constantly does like damage to you.
Which I assume would be something like July or August in this game's terms. I would suspect July. So time has passed, and we have
And I don't
trained
know
up
how
a
to
lot of
stop
our
you from doing that.
these characters. So to start with, I guess I'll just show you guys what.
Look, I'm taking constant damage because there's like constant like lightning damage or poison damage done to you. But that's okay. It's kind of needed, to be honest, Gunday. Because otherwise this fight would be a stop more than it already is. Dude, I already cleared through it.
I pretty much sold everything that I could. I trained any spells that I could train before. I think I did that on camera. I'm not entirely certain of that. But yeah, so we have mostly the same stuff. We've got a lot of
Oh wait, before I do that,
okay, so what did I do to Alron?
standard
His stats, I
difficulty.
buffed dexterity a bit, I buffed endurance a bit, and I buffed strength a bit.
Because otherwise it's not really fair.
Particularly up to maybe
Well, it's not fair now anyway.
20 actually would be nice at least. I would like to get the power to 15 as soon as possible. I trained Thief, so that's quite a lot of training. That was better than Brent was before she died. Wizard, I think I did train that at a level last time.
We're gonna keep going.
Sword and Shield, I trained Air Shield up by 1, which will be good for us. Will serve us well on the mountain. That's pretty much it for Alron. Or Abraham. I do believe that I trained his shield up by 1, and I also obviously did a lot into strength. Godric,
going
as I
to
said,
really
got
help
him to strength. I trained
I have like an overpowered
I think
party.
that's all I did with him. No, I also trained Sword with Ray on him as well. He's starting to be able to hit things, not really, but kind of
Look,
getting
it already died.
And I trained Dragon Flames up by 1. That's going to serve us well. Beacon, I don't believe I really trained his, he doesn't have any spells. I don't believe I really trained his stats up very much.
Many of the
I
people
might
who
have
are part of
put
why
an extra
so
point
many
into shit
religious
for
people
captain. Might be
majority
warrior, I'm not
are
entirely
found
sure, but I did train his
sign business
stats up a little bit.
Hmm.
I did
Mm.
have to go back and unlock all of the skills that I
they
got.
saw the
So
erasure
he's all
not just
set.
of the state, but also of
So
the
basically,
in the
ready to
body,
leave Guardia
which is bad. It's bad
quite
for
a
the
while, but before
it's
we do,
bad
I actually found out that this mine
Let's just put it
has
with
his spiel to say. So
a greater.
stop a quick save. We're gonna talk to you.
Sorry, I apologize for that.
Did they send you to talk to me? Did they? Well, boy, did they? Did they send you? Are you deaf? So, these are
I
the
don't
dialogue
really
options
need
that I
it
was
though.
talking about. I didn't read the sponsor. I don't have any money. I got like he's a beggar. You're talking to me.
First sentence, I was like,
What did they tell you? That I burned down that village?
sorry,
They lie about everything. You shouldn't listen to them.
Andrew's back.
They'll tell you the secret or explain that camp. Do you believe what they say about that?
Hmm.
Is that it? They? You know.
It's gonna charge soon.
I was saying,
Something about a ring.
for letting that TTS come
You actually do.
Yeah, I need to apologize
Say that one first. Why lie to explain how
Oh, it got broken.
sorry, Rachel.
does it belong to someone you know?
Shall we switch prompts, or do you guys want
Are you trying to be amusing?
See how easy I'm clearing these bosses up?
Are you mad? The ring is one of the relics of the
I
lost
don't
neighbor.
stand a
If I should
chance.
see the ring, let me guess, be cursed, right? Would they come after you? Or maybe the goblins would find you do something really terrible. You do all day anyway, run around this forest trying to scare his travelers. Mainly, of course, not on this bridge. You know, the knighthood is a terrible waste. I hope they don't make you into a knight. Does the king know you're here?
Okay.
Does the king
I
care
think
anymore? That's the question.
prompts are a little bit like sliding.
So, kind of weird.
I can shift to
It's
X.
very foreboding. Maybe I should have taken that ring. Maybe it does have a curse.
You know, I kept facing Dragon Shift to Zest over and over,
But I am going to begin to trek back to
and I was getting like
way back there.
levels every time I bought him.
The castle, so I will be sure to let you guys know if I do
So
find
my
anyone
argument
that has
basically
anything to
says,
say
I don't think
there.
that
So
Christian
I will be back
rule should be
And I leveled up so fast and so quick.
Hey guys, I just found that the king was standing here to see if he has anything to say.
It was actually
I wasn't expecting
frightening
you
to.
here. Have you forgotten something?
from the
Or a big savior.
Maybe I should try a speed run sometime.
I've stopped at Oriana's. What boy is she?
If it was New Game Plus, I would
She was visited by an evil
definitely.
wizard and threatened her. Why would any of the wizards threaten Oriana? She's harmless.
all of the ones that come in.
It seems, my lord, she knows something or someone in this wizard's place. She's
I
dangerous.
think that like you look, for example,
I don't know. She's afraid.
you can get
I prefer to tell you.
if you
Did
look
I
at
act
all
properly? She doesn't know.
what we
I
see
told her to take care and single her friends if he shows up again. I thought you should know.
just for those who are
Did I do well in coming here? Indeed you did. A good knight realizes when a battle is too big for his abilities. I'll see that this wizard puzzled out his
I'm
danger.
surprised my
Thank you. Now you must get back with your troop. Thank you, sir. So that's cool. Can we talk again? Be off now, Alvin. I will tell Sheridan and we'll take care of it.
that gets reduced over time with the final answer of Jesus, who actually actively and aggressively rejects state, rejects politics, and
Swim to the
rejects
squires.
I'm surprised my
Sir, there is a sorcerer carrying a large staff. This is the monsters of the voice of the Christ. Brother, sir, is there a sorcerer
I'm surprised my screen
carrying a
isn't
staff?
terminated yet.
Why do you ask? This woman saw him. He said he was looking for someone. You know what her story
Now
means?
let's go back to.
No, I've met every sorcerer in the kingdom. Have you spoken to Gideon or both? No, I haven't. I'll try and find them.
1-6 Tower and
The affairs
Rolling
of the wizards are
Chronicles.
complex and not easy to find, as my father used to say.
Good game for the N64, I
We were
think.
sitting right outside Jameson's town hall.
So when I say nation, I guess you say government. I don't want, when I say
Yeah, just get inside the tower, Rag.
about
Okay.
The city itself.
If there's a formalized, like to somebody like there's a formalized actual government, not just like a tribe.
All right, before we do that, let's start down with the basics of getting things.
Like you have a city.
Oh, okay, that's why I wasn't going in order.
That government should not mix churches.
Yeah, they should rule with Christian ethics.
Oh, that makes sense.
Consensus. Okay.
And more importantly, laws have to be what works.
And what happens when the consensus says no?
Yeah, it's, a nation is not going to work very well with it.
Nations will work just fine for some other characters.
No, because that nation would be a target for war, not just from that nation, but probably neighboring nations, because it seems like in general, most people have a similar values.
Let's say that for like 100 years, a nation kills every third baby. That comes out.
Alright, let's go back to the game.
They just take a wash back. I don't know how's that not working.
It seems like in
Okay.
it seems like it's really bad for the fact that people don't like seeing dead babies screwed everywhere. It seems like it crushed their population.
Is the nation though consents to that?
Well, it's not just about what the nation
Let's go to the Embassy Temple first.
Backwards and wrote it down. They should rule via consent because I like consent because I like democracy.
Yeah, so when I say rule by consent, that doesn't mean that states crafting aren't included in that. Right? The law is about what
This, by the way, is what the
Yes,
biggest
there's no contradiction in how the state would not right to father for a child.
how would that state just that
They
state
would work fine. They used to do it all the time. They used to sacrifice children all the time inside of Rome, inside of many states.
Sure, but
And it worked just fine.
well, not really. I would argue a lot of it, whereas
They lasted a lot longer than America, some of them. Well,
they died.
are you saying that? So that's a fallacious argument.
See, look, you can basically almost just stun lock them to death.
That means it didn't work. I would just say, well, don't you agree that America as it exists right now is not going to exist in
My
perpetuity?
party's really overpowered.
Theoretically, hopefully they'll use better systems.
Okay, so then it doesn't work.
By margin, not by what I need.
What? Okay, so I
Wait,
want to
this
make
is
sure. What?
Rome didn't fall.
Genius is really overpowered in the game.
This problem
And rightfully so.
number one, citizens don't like killing their babies.
But if they did. Yeah,
They don't.
yeah, but if they did.
What person enjoys killing their
Like a
babies?
pagan nation, let's say.
I would basically argue that they don't enjoy killing their babies either. Usually, like even when you look at pagan nations where babies are killed, right? Oftentimes, when you can find evidence for it, the mother of that child, for example, or the father of that child, used to it, it's usually forced upon them, right? They don't enjoy it necessarily, and usually the child sacrifice is
But if there's consensus, what grounds would you
Okay, now we're going to the Scorpion Ruins.
Yeah,
That's
most
typically
people have now given you consensus that this is one of the best products.
you can't get consensus that this is working for us. We actually have to look at like material like outcomes, right? So, for example, how do we know that America's
I'm just going through a lot of boss battles.
is the fact that our military is the strongest. We have the most amount of scientific
You can go against your own characters even.
currency in the world. I think so. We know. Okay, the system that we essentially kind of erected around.
But they're not good as me, though.
It's a
And really, it's 2 on 4.
It would be that it takes time for you to gather data on something.
And you can go against the main get like some of the antagonists in the story. You can go against a lot of the bosses. You can basically go against everyone. Enjoy the story almost.
Yes, it definitely has. There's definitely been many nations where they kill their children, including China. So I don't know what you're talking about.
But and I make quick work of these people.
After the fact, we're talking about in the fact. In the fact, though,
German expression is
when it's happening, what are you appealing to oppose it? Okay, gotcha. So the consensus would be wrong.
these. I don't think
Okay,
these
mine, yeah.
either. These are
Okay, so you hold a form of dualism.
they're fairly
No, this is really relativism.
It's this sounds like brutal arts.
No, it's just
Why is consensus good?
We're just going to keep doing this.
I think it makes the most. I think for the most part, well, I can. So for the most part, I think that, for example, consensus is good because it's worked. I think it's worked insofar as America mostly has a democratic consensus type system, which is worked pretty much.
And now let's go to the Sandy level.
Point to, but I think America overall is a pretty good nation. I think most Western liberal democracies are better than
Labyrinth, Labyrinth.
at any time in history.
So the grounds that you would oppose a consensus.
What else do I want to talk about? And now I'm facing Zest and Genus at the same time, but as I've said before, they're not like too difficult.
But if there was a consensus,
Part it is that you don't have to face two of them, like four of them at once. It's only two. But I feel Genus and Zest are like, at least lore-wise, they're like destructive for some of the strongest characters in the series. At least sword-wise, because Zest is like, he's like special and can be like a person of like Deus, or like a vessel of Deus. And so that's why he's like one of like the strong characters. And Genus is strong because Genus, he's like a dragon slayer, and he was kind of like Gina. He had the shining dragon in his body before or whatever. I don't think he has any more, but he has like swordplay that is on par, if not the same level as Zest, because Genus says to Zest in the library, he says, "If you let the shining dragon come out with all of its power and then defeat it, then I'll face you." Implying that Genus is stronger than Zest. That the shining dragon is stronger than all of them because none of them could be Georg. So the shining dragon and Yuma are on the same, if you count them the same. They're stronger than Georg, and Georg is stronger than the rest of them. I think Georg and Genus can be together. Well, actually, maybe not, because I think Genus loses to Georg. Because I have to power skill this, it would be Shining Dragon, it would be Shining Dragon 1, full power, Georg 2, and then Genus 3, Zest 4. And then the rest of them, I don't know how you put it like that. But yeah, it would go, yeah. Shining Dragon at full power, Shima, and counting them the same year. Then you have Georg, the dragon form. Then you have Genus, then Zest. If I had to choose, that's how I would do it. Because nothing else makes sense story-wise. Yeah, because Georg beat Genus in the story. Because Genus says, oh well, he just comes back and that Georg, because he can take a lot of damage. Like, he can regenerate from basically explosions from almost nothing. And yeah, it's funny. Genus has an attack that allows it to like go through dimensions and stuff. He has an ability, a force ability, or an aspect, something like that, that allows him to work through dimensions. And if you take that to its logical almost, and that he can slice through dimensions, depending on interpretation, he can slice through dimension from 3D to a 4D, or it could just slice through all dimensions with he's a brother, giving him maybe essentially boundless to universal scaling. If a shining resident return, maybe I can just start him to like boundless or universal.
Well, it's a critique of justification systems. Griffith's pleading is a Griffith's trilemma unjustified. It is a
That would be funny though. Like, I've always wanted the power scale more obscure. People like shining residents who play, or like blind leader in the Get Backers. Because that guy is quite powerful. He's more powerful in the manga than he was in the anime. Especially with the Jagon, which allows him to produce hallucinations on whoever he stares at with it. And I also been rewatching Death Note a lot. I like that show a lot too. The anime.
how are you not? Yeah, so I said, how do you not fail Griffith's
The anime is pretty cool too.
That's not how you solve a Griffith's
I like the anime. I like the manga better because I feel like it's the better of the two. It explains stuff better than like the manga than the anime could. The anime's not bad. It's got a cool soundtrack and it basically plays out pretty similar, but the manga goes more into detail and explains stuff. But the anime had some anime only scenes too, like Washing Light's feet, for example. That wasn't in the manga.
Give me a single truth that doesn't fail a Griffith's trilemma. I knew you were going to say it, so I'm just going to stay here.
Like that was not in the manga, but it was in the anime. Alright, near speech to life, how he's basically a monster, that you're no god, you're just a human, you got was on an evil power trip. That was in the manga. Well, I guess he did something like, he did had a speech in the anime too, but it was like that short, and it was generic. Near basically said, oh, no, you're just a murderer. Murderer, the Death Note proves it. But in the manga, he goes a lot more in depth and detail. That even if you have like God's rules in front of him, you still might not choose to follow it. Whereas Light Yagami, he fixed up, like, he cleaned up crime and stuff. But part of that was because nobody could, either was too afraid to go against him, or he would just kill you before you could do anything against him. So basically, you're either devoted to him through force, or you do it by your own free will. Meaning it's not much really of a choice, I guess. Because it's like you either worship him through your free will, or you die. That was basically it. Well, I guess you could, you didn't have to worship him as long as you didn't get into his way, but if you got, but then it's like you would be scared to go against him because he would just kill you if you didn't. Like, that's almost like a tyrannical guy. That's what some people think, that like if you're agnostic, that's what they think the God of the Bible is. They think that Yahweh in the Bible, at least the Old Testament, they just think that he's like this like big scary God who will just kill you and murder you if you don't do what he says. And it's like, it's not even true. Like, it's not even true that he wouldn't do that. The only reason why they say that is because the only reason reason why they say that, they only say that because they only say that because
Because what you're doing, I think you're. I
if you
can't tell. I can't tell if you genuinely don't
force
understand
people to love him or punish them if they don't love him, if they don't follow him exactly the way they say, which LDS don't believe him, that they're going to punish him. I just think people have a right to say God's evil, but I can't exactly tell you why, and that's another thing too, why people who think morality, ethics, morality and ethics aren't the same, but let's just stick with morality and I'll probably explain the ethics and morality differences later. The reason why I can say that is because they think that God is evil, but killing people in the flood and stuff, when it wasn't because they wanted kids. They stopped believing in him or when they went against him. It was because of what they were doing. And even then, he gave 400 years to the Amalekites to change their ways. They didn't. And people say, oh, well, it's wrong for God to take a life because he killed children or whatever. Even though it never said he actually did, people have to read that again. It never says he killed children or anything. All it says was, what's up with why is it going slow? I was lagging a little bit. Okay.
Wait, how do you spell beautiful? Or do you think
Right now, I just want it written out so I can see if this is non-propositional file.
What? Oh, that's fine with this. Look how many bosses I've beaten so far. Okay. Okay, before let's see, I'm done with this. Well, almost done playing Shiny Resonance with Brain. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
The circular argument is proof of some proposition presupposes the truth of that very proposition. I recommend a progressive argument in which each proof implies further proof ad infinitum. The dogmatic argument which rests
I haven't died once.
steps which are merely asserted rather than the gauntlet. The trilemma then is having to choose one of the three equally unsatisfying.
But I don't think it's going to happen now either.
Do circular argument is regression of dogmatic, so that you believe in objective truth, right?
I believe in objective
Are they objectively true?
yeah, that will objectively they exist outside of you.
Is that true? Okay.
Well, I didn't get a game over.
So, is everything you assume true?
No, but everything I assume is true.
Hmm.
So, all I'm
It has
asking,
nothing to do with me.
it does.
You don't
So, here's what happens. How do you solve Euthyphro's
Why
dilemma?
why do I need to solve your
Because
problem?
if I'm posing you Euthyphro's dilemma,
Alright.
a philosophical problem, you can't go, is the problem true? That's
I'm not even asking about that.
like
I'm
sidestepping the conversation.
if you believe that this is correct, and you also believe that objective morality is correct,
together, Gina. It's not you.
trolley problems are good at testing.
So we're just both making assumptions about it.
Well, that or your infinite regressive. Well, there's your circular reasoning, which is just tautology. So everyone's kind of doing tautology.
Just assuming about
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
How are you know?
So all these
Well,
things
Gina's is almost gone now.
going down to these three categories for you.
No, not these.
Also, I didn't hit once.
Salacious. You're thinking of salacious. So saying all beliefs on
I mean, I obviously healed, but
because they can't self-relate.
I didn't heal with items or take a rest.
He's like, use the Frozen dilemma. I don't know.
I didn't take a rest once.
I'm gonna adopt it. You're right. I'm just going to assume everything's true because I assume so.
That's fine. Now
That's what you said.
now you're in line with like. So this is one of your issues.
That's what you said.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Welcome to my world, okay?
Yeah, I'm in your
Or
world.
basically, okay. The issue is that I wouldn't go to secular people and be like, you don't have a moral ethical system because it's unjustifiable. Because I already know mine's unjustifiable. I'm assuming I'm doing dogmatism and they're doing usually infinite regression.
So
Or
then,
they're being cowards and they're being
Okay.
I don't know.
so then you can't make a justification for why I should like.
Alright, done with that.
These are not the same things. You understand? Yeah, so when I'm talking about foundation, what's foundation? Do you know what foundation is?
Yeah, it's going to be the
Hmm.
pillar.
Yeah, okay. So not all statements or beliefs
Thanks for
are
popping
foundation. You're welcome. Well, I don't actually do pop quizzes. I usually ask questions.
But go ahead.
It's not me knowing more information than you is not like some crazy
Hmm.
maniacal tactic. And in fact,
It's to the point where you do.
well, this is the issue, and I think it speaks to your insecurity that when I ask you questions about whether or not you know something, I'm asking in genuine good faith because they're esoteric and I don't expect people to know them. But you take it as an insult to like pride or something like that. Of course, because you think
Okay.
it's maniacal when it's like me asking you, do you know what a gripper's trilemma is? Isn't to say, haha, idiot. You don't know anything about a gripper's trilemma. Why even talk about philosophy? It's for me to go, okay, if you don't, let me explain it to you, and then I'm curious how you would reason through it.
Yeah, I would just reason that I'll adopt it, and
Uh,
anybody that
where's
I decide to enforce my will on
Splitgate?
can't actually say that I'm unjustified.
Of course, you
Okay, it's called Splitgate
Well, they would
Arena
say that if you're
Reloaded.
unjustified, but they would say, for example, here's a list of evidences and arguments as to why I don't think
Yeah,
it's
but none of those
game.
are justified.
well, you would build it off of tautologies.
So what?
Everything's built off of tautologies.
There's no
Where's
justification.
should I
They can't do anything.
click
You think math doesn't exist?
about?
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Math is tautological.
I've never been streaming for
Quiz
an
time.
So,
Do you know that math is tautological?
tell
hour and 30 minutes so
Well,
far.
I'm doing it now because you're just being ridiculous.
Not bad, not bad.
Can you tell me?
I'm pretty focused.
Can you tell me how it is then that
Yeah,
you create
yeah,
any justifications
Mateo.
that anybody's ever doing anything wrong?
Logic
Well, my
is
name's
built on top of
Matthew.
tautological
Mateo
axioms,
can
and
be
that's
fine.
reasonable based on kind of assumptions, but they seem reasonable.
Can
and
do
you
it
build
too.
on an entire
Let's
structural
see how
level.
well this plays on the
On
OBS
a
studio.
foundational level, no.
Very
All beliefs are
interested.
Well, then you don't.
How do you solve dogmatism?
When you just told me then that I can't go to secular people and
Because
tell them
usually when I play with Splitgate,
Can and be.
I have to turn it down to 720p, but I changed those settings around. Let's see how this goes.
Because, yeah,
Shall we?
it's because that's how you think about the world, right? Like now,
Let's
we
see
just
how
accept
it
tautologies in math.
goes.
We have to because you have no starting point if you don't.
I
So
shoulda
you assume these
known,
things, and
shoulda
then you build on top of
known.
them. And then the beauty of things like math and science.
But I know the way to.
In the case of like
I shoulda known,
science
shoulda
realism, is you can
known.
use math and these things to observe and test and see if you're actually mapping onto the correctness of the world.
I see.
Yeah.
So then if I
Ba-dum-dee-dum.
utilize the assumption that God is real, this would this would satisfy
Pop
you.
quiz
Because
time.
it's the assumption that God
Sounds
is
more
real.
like popcorn.
Okay, so then if that's the case, and we
Alright.
assume that God's real, and then we assume God's
Yeah, I'm
commands,
playing it at
we build our case
1080p.
off of that is justified.
I don't
As
mind
justified as
720p if the
Okay,
720p
well then I
doesn't
don't
make
know
it look
why
like
God would
I
choose
just poured Vaseline all over the screen and stuff.
Saying that it wasn't true and coping
No, I was
But I don't mind it for that,
we're
but
arguing this
like
because you were walking
sometimes 720p can just, it's like, it just looks bad.
Andrew, but I'm just gonna like jump ahead to a gripper's
but I
trilemma.
still
Sometimes like it just looks really bad sometimes.
Well, why are you assuming that this is good? I'll go, we're assuming it.
And some, like, I don't like it at
can we
times.
get back to this now?
I don't like it and I don't care for it.
was thinking to myself, just now, we might have gone the wrong
But
way.
sometimes
Like we did.
720p,
So we'll pull back up on the notes.
you can't tell the difference between 720 and 1080p. That's if the 1080p is done like 720p, excuse me, is done well.
On what's in this room, we're going to know pretty quick.
But 720p is better for extreme and stuff, or just setting other audio, or what the heck. Was pretty cool. Oh, it was loading. Okay. Hello. Oh, it was loading. Alright. Alright.
That's a dire thing. I do the opposite. I start the end. I just say if it's the case.
Some decent fluence, get him some useless and all that.
That'd be stupid to go over there right now. Alright, let's go. Easy. Gotcha.
Alright, that was so good the last
How do I not die there?
Those are the hits that I really don't like.
Alright.
Just one of those could be the demise of us.
What's this?
Happened for a bad time.
Oops.
It's just preferences. Then
Go
you have
back now.
absolute no criticism from the opposing line.
Well, most secular people, if they're good on philosophy, would say, well, it's not just preferences, right? It's some mixture of like we use parents, not really. These are like there's no more preferences than you preferring.
That's my point.
I have this superstition that's not
So your
necessarily
arguments are
Alright.
but then you have to grant that
I
your
thought it was
arguments are
coming
justified.
from a different way.
If that's the case, then you would have no room to criticize me for imposing my preferences.
Sure, we could then we could just use reason, logic, and evidence, and what seems to
Preferences?
benefit people.
Your preferences
Yeah,
versus my
I
preferences?
think it's reasonable to assume that I prefer that what like people are what like people might experience less harm. Right? I think that's a reasonable preference because I want it.
Okay, the rest of those guys are bots, so that's okay.
I didn't say it's unreasonable.
Bots are pretty good when they want to
Because
do.
you're insisting that they're unjustifiable while you are, and I'm saying no, you're all unjustifiable, but both are actually reasonable. You can have your Christian preferences, but as a Christian, I'm fighting
Like I'm
to say,
talking about
actually, your
both
preferences are
enemies
icky
and
bad for the
teammates.
faith. Don't do it. Also,
A lot of the
Jesus
time I gotta
also
carry the
kind of
team,
going
but I actually don't mind that either.
Okay,
I
so
don't mind being the ace. The
and the
ace
system of
team.
liberalism, and you're appealing to
Player.
consensus, right? If the consensus is that they want to kill every third baby, which is just part of their preferences, and they assume that it's fine, you can't actually critique that.
Of course you can. We do it all the time.
against
what?
my better judgment.
You could use utilitarianism. And you could say actually killing babies is bad because it's the worst world. It harms that physical babies. It probably also harms the environment,
yes.
which would actually
Yes,
decrease
yes.
the births.
We're up to 83. That's a little bit more comfortable.
Oh, alright, keep going that way. Where we go?
We have those right now, everybody else.
Well, that didn't help me, I guess.
Not enough there yet. I know there's not enough there yet.
Thought the shield would help me on that one, but I don't know what to talk about for me.
I think I know where we are. I think we're on the 6th floor. By this area. We're in Shamsuk's bedroom. Opponent is gonna go. Drop a quick save in here.
I don't know what I want to talk about.
Case. Is that a toilet? Shamsuk has a toilet, and it has a skeleton's arm for the handle. Crazy. It's like a skeletal fish in
increasing the harm, which is why it would be bad. That's what our utilitarian is.
And then say, but you would say that
God doesn't like when you kill babies.
right. And which one of you is right?
Well, we would have to fight.
I know
The
that
issue
we
is, like,
talked
we'd have to sue
about
at the end
a
level.
lot of different
Yeah, and I
stuff.
would go, I think my argument's more
You
reasonable.
know, I think people would be better off with Christ-like behavior, even if they don't believe in Jesus Christ. It doesn't really matter, I think, because a lot of non-believers respect Jesus. Women respect Jesus, because Jesus respected women, and in return, they respected him. And that's because he doesn't see women as just objects. He sees them as people, and I think that's very cool. I try to do the same thing. It doesn't matter what you wear, and well, I think to some extent it does, but really what you wear, or what you believe, or what you think, or what you say, doesn't really matter to me as much as what you do and how you act. I think that matters more. I think that matters a lot more.
No, I should have clarified. What do you actually want to ask here?
And I think that there's nothing wrong with it.
If they want to kill every shelf,
Besides an obvious trap.
yeah, but why would they be actually wrong?
I would, for example, in case of
There's
a
nothing
pagan,
wrong
I'll
with
probably appeal to
treating
your
people
system.
well.
Most people, for
That's something
example,
else I should
I believe,
mention,
you
guys.
probably believe this too, that God gives us riches right here. It puts us free.
I don't think so anyway.
Meta-ethical system emerges naturally out of us, right? So, like, what I would do, for example, is I would probably, first of all, try to examine that
Okay.
pagan's belief system. I would be like, do you actually think killing babies is okay? Right? I would actually know the question.
I went a little bit closer to the mic.
We can't truly know whether somebody thinks something is wrong or right. But I think the knowledge of wrong and right kind of
Alright,
you can say. So I would question whether or not they know it's wrong or right, and then I would appeal to things like state.
alright,
So
it's
like
team deathmatch.
civic ethics, for example. It doesn't work very well in nations to kill every third baby. You're just reducing your population. Usually the mothers don't like it. Usually the fathers don't like it. Doesn't seem to have any good outcome. In fact, most of the reasons why people in the past killed babies was to satisfy some sun god. And you go, that's not an overly reasonable argument. It's probably more reasonable to say we shouldn't kill babies. That's not more reasonable. So I think appeal to the own worldview of secularism or the worldview of paganism.
Sure.
Yeah.
They say,
Oh dang, we got
Are they in
4
my
out of
state?
6.
They're in another country?
yeah, I'm just asking.
First one to get to 50 wins.
Why they're doing something wrong to me? Because it's immoral to kill babies.
Like 50 kills in total.
Like in the
Because you assume that.
I assume God. Yep.
You assume it. And so they assume.
Well, I'm assuming God.
So they assume not God.
Yep.
And so they come to you and say, well, you just assume this is God.
And I would say, so are you.
And they would say, good, we're going to go back to 20 days. The problem that's
I would say, I'm going to use my language and quill to convince you that you're wrong, that there's more people find a better way to do it. And I feel the spirit that I think God put into all of us to try to pull out of the sound. Murder is actually really bad.
I see. So a Christian nationalist does that in a liberal system. They're not doing that.
Yeah, so you guys can try to compel people to Christianity, but my issue isn't.
No, we can compel you to, we can compel ourselves to the world stage. Why not? What's wrong with that? You just, yeah. If
Okay.
take over the entire stage, rewrite the entirety of the.
It's kind of hard with the SMG, submachine gun. Alright, where are these? I don't know where they're spawning from. Okay. Jeez, man. I'm struggling right now.
So I get to this little square door on the floor, and I can't go down. The arrow says down. The problem is that I'm supposed to go, but I can't.
He's behind
It's not till later I find out I'm supposed to collect all the bones. When I first started playing it, I had no clue what they were for, but now I realize
Never have I been so ineffective on alcohol.
Oh, thank that's close. I got outplayed. I hear lo-fi or jazz. Oh dang. Well, we're winning by like 10 points, but I like this pistol. It's hard to use sometimes for me, but it's like a sniper pistol.
And I believe that is the first trap right there. Say this. Just to see what happens with the ball now.
Oh nice, I got the sniper.
Alright, well,
That could have been it.
anyway, I do think this is going to wrap
I might catch up and win this.
for watching. We're doing well. Post what we need to do. Some hard fights that I was thinking of. They're already done, basically. So it's just a matter of going down another couple of floors and we'll be finished. So I see you next time. Right.
3 kills, wow, 48. 2 kills now. Let's change it to the shotgun. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Ragblazing Chronicles, the first page.
Within the liberal framework.
We
They
are
can in the liberal framework, but it's Christian. I think that they're being Christian might be.
Yeah, but who cares? You're just assuming it.
in the middle of the ship's
God
tower.
cares, and I'm assuming that we're all.
Yeah, but I assume God doesn't care.
His bedroom.
I would think from the Christian case.
Oh, well, why? I just assumed it.
Scripture. Do you think that like logic, reason, evidence, scripture doesn't exist outside of like foundations?
It doesn't matter. What
Of course
matters
it
is
does.
what I assume.
How would scripture not matter when I'm talking to fellow
Because I
Christians?
just assume things.
Well, no, you don't just assume things. You're equivocating again. So what you're doing, because you're saying assuming at a foundational. So when I say assume, I mean at a foundational axiomatic level. That is not the same thing
My
as
axiom is
assuming.
that I'm always right.
Oh yeah, maybe I should talk about my control freaks.
I'm right because I'm right. That's a
So
tautology.
I've been using them, and they're fun to use.
And that's who you wrong.
they do help with the aim because you the reason why it helps with the aim is because they're higher on higher up, which gives you more surface room to lift up your thumb and stuff. And I don't like playing with mouse and keyboard much, to be honest. Like, it's okay with mouse and keyboard for some games, but most of the time, I'd rather just play with mouse and controller. Just because I know the controller, at least with joysticks, it's not as accurate as a mouse and keyboard. But I don't really care because, especially if you have gyro now, if you have gyro aiming on controller, for me the PlayStation 5 controller, also with the DualSense, to me is my favorite controller because of just the amount of stuff you can do with it. It's kind of insane, it's kind of crazy. Cool stuff you can do with your controller and stuff.
What's your argument for it?
Because I want to.
You're just assuming that. Yeah, but you're just assuming that.
That's tautology.
That doesn't make it right. That doesn't make it right.
Exactly. So it's fine to do.
So why are you saying that it's an ought statement?
Wait a second. I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, so why is it an ought statement?
Because I want it to be. Because I assume it.
Okay, so your system is fully unjustifiable. There's no reason why
I almost had him.
they're just like moving on by.
And there's no reason for Christians not to.
Okay.
Right?
I believe I'm a foundations principle, so I believe in
Yeah, but you assume your foundations can't be justified.
everyone assumes foundations. You've already granted this.
Then if that's the case, then who cares what the foundation
Yeah, it should do.
Foundations to some extent.
We don't do anything in philosophy. I don't know what you do in philosophy.
Okay, what is the philosopher in
I
any
screwed up
respected
what I
philosophy?
shouldn't have.
Assume
Which respected
Sometimes the enemies, it's better to
Plato, Socrates,
throw it where they're going to be, rather than where they are.
Socrates assumed that you couldn't justify anything.
well, sort of what we do is we grant assumptions because we understand at the foundational level they're all unjustified.
All you did was destroy the possibility for there to be objective morality.
Very combat heavy.
Because I think God exists.
Yeah, but you just assumed.
So but non-Christians also assume that he doesn't exist.
Yeah, so then if they have
Well, I could,
I would use
but
logic to tell them it's
okay, let's assume for a second.
I could just puppy guard it, but it wouldn't be fun though to use,
When you tell me
to do and stuff.
your whole worldview is just assumed.
Sorry. Can you rephrase that in a way that's
That was go weird, but I'll do it again.
let's assume it wasn't.
Foundationally,
Let's assume.
I'm a moral anti-realist.
Okay.
Your moral foundations are assumed and not justified.
And I would say, how do you solve a garbage trap?
No. You told me the moral anti-realist that.
Sorry.
Yeah, and then the anti-realist
Sometimes
goes,
it's the grenades like delay
yeah,
sometimes.
how do you solve a garbage
Why
trap?
would they need to? They're anti-realist.
So even
You just destroyed the possibility for objective morality.
no, I didn't.
You
so
did.
no, even subjectivists fail a garbage trilemma. They fail by infinite aggression.
Okay.
Oh, that was
yeah,
sick.
Who cares?
You forgot about that one, didn't you?
That doesn't hurt my argument.
Yes, it does.
If I'm an anti-realist, a moral anti-realist, I say there are no moral facts. And that is completely and totally in line with the Griffiths trilemma.
So a garbage trilemma is like, how do you solve for infinite
Mm,
Why would I need
sometimes it's hard for me to get them unless they're like going to the side.
It's a fallacy.
That's okay.
Okay, but everything's going to reduce to infinite regress, right?
So what comes before thinking?
Well, that would be transcendentalist. Would come before thinking.
Okay, what comes before that?
But well, we make the justification.
Sometimes.
So no, secular and general.
Talking about you.
No, not me.
You don't assume God.
I do assume God, but we were talking about moral integrity. Andrew,
I
respectfully.
want to headshot with the sniper pistol.
Oh no.
I've done it before, but
I just want
I
to make
don't
sure
do
that
that.
me, the moral anti-realist, right? That you
kind of hard.
And I would use reason and
This
logic
is
and
like
argumentation, and I would build off of my
a
foundational
trail
axioms that a good
or
faith
something.
materialist would just grant me. So I'd be like, well, why do you
difficult.
believe God? And I'm like, I just, and they're like, okay, well, I can't really conclude that. It's just unassuming. And then I build my entire case for why I think
And I almost got 3,000 damage. 8 captures. This is a domination. Nice. You did pretty well. You did good.
Not only are those morals objective, the Christian ones, because God is real. My God specifically is real. That's how we do that part.
Okay, so are there moral facts?
Yeah, yes.
And are they just assumed?
Yeah, at the foundational level.
Okay, so then any moral facts that I assume at the foundational level are
Yes.
equivalent to any moral facts.
On to politics, Charlie Kirk. He sadly got
What would make her different?
My use of inductive and
off.
deductive logic is better. I use
And I feel bad for him and his family
better means
because
more coherent.
nobody should
Yeah, but why is
be
that better?
like murdered
Produce better
just because he had a difference of opinion and stuff.
Yes.
It's better 'cause it's
Nobody
better.
should nobody should have to go through
Yeah,
that.
so then I just want to make
Especially
sure.
not them and their
So
like daughter and stuff. Like, I know he said some things I don't agree with,
in the case of infinite regress, it's
but doesn't deserve to be shot. And
Just let me
people
provide
who say clips about him,
and then we'll get back
they
to
take him way out of context. Like way out of context.
this has been very difficult for me. I agree.
Like you can go underwater
accepted my
and split cake.
your beliefs are just as unjustified as
And
everyone else that
that's
you
gonna
know, which is great.
cool.
So my take's right.
No,
Yeah, it does. Yes, it does. Why wouldn't it?
because of things like coercive power versus legitimate authority.
Who cares about that shit? You just assume it.
No, so
Yep.
again,
After your
pragmatically,
daddy's foundation,
Do you think
whatever
that-
arguments you have
do you think
are
like all of this around me just doesn't exist because I'm assuming?
Wait. Material.
Domination on this land.
Yeah, it can be.
How?
Pragmatism is often
How?
pragmatism.
Yeah,
It's
how's
often
material?
interested in like material effects.
That's not material.
Like, why am I not using the portals?
I'm so sorry. Hold on.
I should use them more.
What was your tech? Did we get all the tech out of the way?
I'm not doing so hot right now.
A little spillage, it's okay. Here, no, it's all good. I'll take care of it. You guys continue. It's all good. No, it's all good.
Alright,
Taking days. Yeah. No thumbs up. Let me take care of it, but you guys can continue. It's all good. It's okay.
See if that's
When I knocked that over, did that happen materially or did it just all assume?
oh gee,
Think about that.
that
Like,
came
how
out
decide that actually
swinging.
fell because of gravity versus like God trying to push it down.
Probably running experiments or something.
Yeah, we use like reason and logic to build up a belief system.
The thing is, though, like that wouldn't make philosophy material.
So not all of philosophy, like the art of living wisdom, isn't material, but ecology is material.
Yeah, but you just said it was material.
Well, parts of it can be material. Yeah.
Which parts?
Like,
Part that is your brain thinking about things. Is your brain not
guys
material?
are like pretty
Could
good.
I have this conversation if I didn't have a
Philosophy
problem?
itself material, or is the brain material?
The brain is material.
Okay, so it's not philosophy.
Jeez, man.
I don't know why you think that this is a duck.
Like, I can't like grab onto these guys right now.
And then I said, for example, one of the
That's gonna change soon, though.
Sure, okay. You win. You're so smart. You got me.
I don't know. Hey, you're way better at this than me. Help me out, though. I'm actually fine. Kind of staying right here.
So you accept that your belief system is just as unjustifiable.
Oh, sure. Especially for the purpose of this.
Can't believe I survived
This
that.
conversation, don't be like bad faith.
I usually don't survive on the
Things
airplane.
that you don't actually believe.
That's
Don't
not
purport.
bad
Do not purport to me that you believe in things that you don't believe. That is definitionally bad faith. By self-delusion or self-deception, or in this case, explicit deception, saying, "Yeah, I believe this." And it's like, no, you don't. You literally don't. Or do you?
And so the shield stays up there, but
That if Griffith's trial means at all.
One, you convinced me.
Okay, so now I'm not. I don't know what to to do with this? I guess falling into snark is your way of solving your bad
How am I
philosophy.
falling into some snark?
Because you are either
Take you
being
with me.
genuine
You convinced me.
and true.
You convinced me all moral foundations are completely unjustified. And since all moral foundations are completely
let's go,
unjustified, any
yeah.
facts we build off of those are not going to be
Yeah.
justified.
Well, they're not going to be automatically justified because they're going to be
So they're still unjustified.
Yeah, but we seem to like value these things that seem to use good outcomes.
Yeah, but
It
you
seems to
could
build a good
never
society.
say we see. It seems to me like that men collectivize and beat shit out of women, stuff them in cages too. That seems to me like a possibility.
Sure, the issues are
What with the there's
other men wouldn't like that because men are the class.
A lot of men would love it. They did it for years. Half the world enslaves half the women. What do you mean?
Okay,
Yeah.
men also.
I should have thrown it up a little bit more.
Okay.
And so who cares? It's like, if that's the case, if all it is a reduction to the idea that there are no moral facts,
Things that are
There can't
unjustifiable
be,
does
like-
not mean that things don't matter.
well, it means that there's no moral facts.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, because you have to assume.
You're assuming there's moral facts.
Yeah.
Do you know what a fact is?
Yeah.
What is it?
A fact is something that is real and true.
Okay, so you're making a truth claim.
Yeah, I'm making a true claim that God exists and that He has made a real objective world with a real objective moral system. Are you not doing
And
the
you're
same thing?
assuming.
Are you not doing the same thing?
Yeah, I'm here, baby. I'm right here with you.
So, what do you think that we can't state moral facts now?
I think that anything that I would state as being moral
Very
facts is now
good.
justified, and since it's
Very
justified,
good
I can do what the fuck I
game.
want. And there can be no actual objection to that now. We've destroyed
Yeah, it's crazy. I
all
have cross-platform
objective
play on
morality.
too, but
No, because people
I
have
just
accepted
haven't
that Griffith
seen
Trail
any
exists for a long time.
other
and we still object
humans
to that. Because
today.
so whether or not, so you and I assume the
Those
same
aren't moral
things.
facts anymore. You don't have moral facts, you just have assumptions.
Sure you do, because God exists. We're assuming that God exists.
No. That's an assumption.
It has to be.
Then if it is and has to be, there are no moral facts.
No, that's incorrect because we're assuming moral objectivity.
Okay, give me a stance independent reason for the existence of God.
Sorry, a stance independent of reason?
Stance independent reason, sir.
I don't know. Sorry.
So give me, other than because erudite believes that God is real.
Yeah, so I'm kind of a Thomist in this way. I think that like God demonstrates and shows himself in every part of the world. I think that he is in the design of the tree.
That's a stance. Yeah, I need a stance independent reason.
Sorry, so you want me to not use any logic or reason?
Just something outside of you, which would demonstrate.
alright.
The Cambrian explosion.
Get this party started.
Okay, that's a stance independent reason.
Yeah, because the Cambrian explosion.
So therefore, it's a stance independent reason. Are you sure?
Sure.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So your stance independent reason is there's an explosion and that proves God.
I think that's one of the proofs.
Okay, got it. And that's not your stance, then?
You're just doing like word games now.
No.
You are.
No, I'm just
Yeah.
asking for a stance independent reason.
So how do you
Well, it does have nothing to do with me.
get to do that? Like,
I'm with you. There are no
Crazy
stance
is
independent
not
reasons for
hidden.
God.
okay, so what you're doing, I guess I need to just be meta because we can't engage in any fucking substance in this conversation.
This is the most substantive it's
It's
been.
literally not substance for you to go, oh, I guess I'm assuming the same.
Hmm.
Must be nighttime now, or maybe the days on the calendar. We'd have to check.
What the heck?
We definitely don't want to be fighting anything. The phase is bad. With that one, is switch targets at least. But these things get a lot of turns. I'm not a fan of that. Shoot, let's see what happens. Valorant can get more turns. That'd be great. Gives us the taking damage right now. And of course, he avoids the attack. Why wouldn't he?
Okay.
Attacking
Come on.
Wraith is thinking better of his life choices. Can't do anything. So damage on these. There's no risk of he's dying. That's why he's taking
Alright.
hits.
Where's...
Same thing as you. So you're just assuming, and reason and logic don't exist. It's like, no, of course reason and logic exists. I would object.
Where do they exist?
Out there, you could.
I gotta come back now.
Humans don't create math tautologies. They exist regardless of whether or not I want to engage with them.
Where?
2 + 2 = 4, always.
Where?
Out there.
Where's there?
2 ducks equals 4 ducks.
Yeah, but where's that?
The material world.
In the material
This is what I
world?
mean by the way when I say that he's just trying to do word games now. Because
How is it a word game?
it's necessarily a word game because everything that I'm saying is completely reasonable, coherent. You're just trying to make it seem absurd. That's what you're attempting to
How am I making anything seem absurd?
This is obviously what you're attempting to do because you, A, will not allow me to confirm the critique you in return and show the audience, for example,
You've convinced me. What do you mean?
no, I cannot convince you. And I'll just take it and I'll grant that I've convinced you, but you're not letting me internally critique you.
Go ahead, internally critique me.
Okay, so how do you believe, like, why do you believe in God? What do you think is good?
Because I assume it.
Okay, but why do you assume that it's good?
Because I assume it.
So you just assume that?
Yeah.
So it's just preference?
Yes.
So nothing, there's no moral objective fact?
Correct.
So you don't believe in any moral objectivity?
Yeah.
Okay, so when other Christians insist that there's moral objectivity, what would you say to those Christians?
I would say that they're wrong.
Oh, okay. Is that what you're actually going to say to people? going
Yeah,
forward?
of course.
Okay, so you're looking at the camera right now and you're telling all your Christian followers.
Erudite has convinced me that the Christian position is that there are no moral facts. Yes.
I don't believe that there's no moral facts, but that's fine that you don't.
I'm not doing so hot.
Oh, and you assume that there's moral facts. So therefore there are.
By the word games that you're playing now, sure.
So you assume that there's moral facts, so therefore there's moral facts.
I believe that God is real. I assume God is real, and I don't think that God lies
So
to us.
you believe that there's moral facts because you believe there's moral facts.
And I have evidence of that.
What?
Math.
Nav has evidence of moral facts. How would that be evidence of moral facts?
Because of some
Oh, I'm coming back now.
So regardless of
How would
whether
that show a moral fact, though? Even if you could demonstrate an outward, outside
we were
human minds.
still facts, but sure, in the case of like a moral fact, I would point to say, for example, emergent universal values. It seems like over time, universally, what has emerged is people valuing the sanctity of life, and I think that comes from God.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay, got it. But that's just an assumption, right?
Thank you so much.
How would that be a moral fact if the foundation is assumed?
Because you can build on top of your
Yeah, sure, but they're just assuming. How could it be a fact?
because I think that God objectively exists.
Yeah, but that's just assuming. Again.
How do you solve
You
that?
just stay back
I just
here.
told you I'm a Christian, now a Christian moral anti-realist. You convinced me of that through your argumentation.
So I think facts exist, and I can point to evidences like math, like tautologies.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove that there's moral facts.
So I think there are also moral facts like kindness is good.
How's that a moral fact?
Because I think that no matter where you look, kindness is viewed as good. We appreciate kindness. I think that
I got the most damage, so I didn't get the most keys, but that's okay.
People were like molesting children. Would that then be a moral fact that you should do that?
No. Are you tracking this conversation?
I'm trying to.
Why would you ask that
Because when you just say, I observe that some people reciprocate kindness, that doesn't demonstrate how kindness is a moral fact.
I didn't say that some people reciprocate kindness. I said that kindness seems to emerge as a value overall. And I think that God specifically likes things
So kindness is an emergent property?
of God's will.
Okay. How is kindness a moral fact? You ought to be
Because
kind.
God decrees it.
But you just said God's assumed.
Yeah, you have to assume God at some point. But I think that he's subjective.
So then if you assume God,
Look, you're the Christian anti-realist. I'm not.
yeah, but you haven't told me why I'm wrong.
Yeah. So I believe in God because of a process mostly of like personal experience, right? He's shown himself to me, which is why I assume his preference of God is a fact. You're saying, well, if I can't prove God, I guess, what, do you think he doesn't exist?
Well, no, I just don't think that there's any moral facts because
Well, if you
we're
assume
operating
that God
on an
exists,
assumption.
that could be a moral fact, right?
No, that wouldn't be a fact.
So you don't think God exists?
Those would be, when you're talking about universals like moral facts, right? You're saying that this is indeed universally always true.
No, that's
Because-
right. That's not the same thing as a moral fact.
Okay, what's a moral fact?
So a moral fact
Okay.
is justice exists.
That would be universal.
Outside of us, yes.
That's a universal claim.
No, that's not an absolute claim. That's an
I didn't say absolute, it's universal.
Yeah, universal is the same thing as absolute. Well, it's the way. Well, hold on. The way that justice looks in different contexts are different, right? Justice in the case of somebody.
Context is different.
Yeah. Yeah. I was a little redundant when I said that, but yes, the
I'm pretty good.
Okay, so I'm confused. When you say justice exists, are you saying that justice, you're saying that's not a universal point?
This is far away from my
Keep it.
Say that again.
Moral fact would be universal, isn't it?
No,
Then
Hmm.
how would it be a fact?
because something can be objective and relative. Welcome
Okay.
to Aristotle.
Okay, so help me out here.
Wow, you're still going strong.
Fact, what does that mean?
What I mean is that God created it, and it exists outside of us.
And ought
God
people
says.
adhere to what God says? And ought people adhere to what God says?
Ideally, I would like that, but they don't all agree with God.
Okay.
But my preference is God.
Okay, but it is a moral fact that they ought to,
Yeah.
based on your assumption based on God. Okay. So I still understand how we got to
I know.
how we get to
You're making that very clearly.
how do we get to moral realism?
I think God is true. Do you think God is true?
Sure.
Do you think God exists outside of you?
Sure.
Hmm.
Says God exists.
I think that, yeah. Great.
There's your first.
But that doesn't
That's your axiom.
I don't understand though how we get to moral.
Well, because if God then love exists, then love must exist because God said love exists. So our axiom is God exists, and from that God says love exists. So unless we think God is a deceiver, which we doesn't exist, but you and I don't think that is true, then love exists. But the way love looks, hard to know. We have to do a little bit more work to figure out what love looks like.
I didn't get a kill there
Yeah,
at
but
all.
what is love and
How do
why
we get
look
to
like?
how do we get to the moral facts though?
Love is immoral.
How?
Because God says that love is good.
Okay, so the thing that you assume
Wow,
becomes a fact. What you assume.
Well, it's a fact because God part of you.
just killed the whole team over there.
So you assume God, and so therefore because you assume God, now we have actual moral realism.
I assume the existence of God. Correct. Yes.
So if somebody assumes not God,
That's right.
yeah, I get that you would oppose that, but
Okay.
how do you do that with an unjustified axiom?
Reason.
Yeah. Reason. Why if reason
Do you
reduces
think reason just stops
if
existing
reason, if
because
reason,
I'm not even shooting
if
at
reason reduces down to cannot be
enemies.
justified, then why do I care if when we get to your
Enemy.
you just say because I assume
Okay.
I say it's obviously true, man. Look at yourself. God put it there. You do it.
oh, gotcha.
That's why we're all here. That's why we're talking about what's right or wrong. Every human has this universal predilection to seek right and wrongness. And in fact, even when moral anti-realists insist that there's no such thing as truly right or wrong, and they insist on these things, the moment they put them in a
My
pragmatic
teammates are pretty
they act
good.
as though that's true. They don't. They act as though moral facts exist. And that would be my argument. See? Moral facts do exist. I'm more right than you are. I'm more
Okay.
My argument is more compelling.
So it just comes down to what most people.
Alright.
Well, if it's a moral fact, if you say most people would just do this thing, so it's just like a virgin property.
Well, I think that God. Do you think that God put the spirit in it?
It's your view.
Agree.
Why does it have to do with me?
Because I'm assuming that we both agree to this.
I'm saying there's no moral facts at all. There can't be. Because any pillar I have to base them on is completely unjustified.
So you don't think God exists?
No, if I assume,
All right, guys, it does look like
right,
it is that
and this is
time.
my,
Hmm.
then I assume that
minutes, but I think
assumptions
it's
cannot be justified.
Well, one of your prompts. What is one of your prompts here?
I will see you next
Christians,
time, correct?
Christian ethics is superior. How is it superior?
Oh, well, I just think it's better because it's better.
How though?
Yeah, because it's better.
Can you make an argument for
Sure,
it?
because it's better.
In what ways?
Okay.
The ways in which it's better.
What do you mean by better?
The same thing you meant by better.
No, not necessarily.
Whatever that is.
What do you mean by better?
I don't know. I think outcomes for people, they like it better.
Okay, well then why did Christians?
Okay, so what Andrew and Erudite are talking about is how can there be moral facts if you just assume them?
Christians retake power. What are you talking about?
There's not a lot of political wealth and good people behind them, right?
But if there was, why did I
So if you assume they're all moral
I would
facts,
say that people did want to shirk it because of Western liberal democracy.
But Western liberal
how can
democracy
that
allows the
assumption
conditions
be
for Christians to do
objectively
it.
true?
Yeah, then Christians still.
So then I still don't. I've never.
It would be more ethical for a
This is
Christian
the thing.
to not do this.
I guess back to the heart of it. Now that we're tying it all back in, what is the objection to Christians utilizing the framework
It's
of the
unchristian.
Constitution to take over and amend the Constitution?
It's unchristian. I've already said this.
Oh, why is it unchristian?
She's just saying
The faith itself, Jesus.
it's bad to do something if people don't appeal to her understanding of God.
In the typology of Jesus, we love rejecting statesmanship and refusing to make a physical
well, let's get to it.
Okay, so John 18 is a good example. My kingdom is not of this world. If it was, my
My
servant.
throat's getting kind of parched.
Okay, so that's a good example of him saying, I'm not a politician. I'm not a king.
I think they might come
And if I
back.
was, there'd be civil war. But I'm not this thing. So Jesus says, I am not a political figure.
Is Jesus God? Okay, so when God anointed kings, was he doing something wrong?
No,
Hmm.
Confused. Why would Jesus anoint kings?
Jesus didn't.
Jesus is God.
So why does he? Because I don't think he was ready for a secular state, a state where Christianity is separated from church and state. Like it took us a long time to get there.
So God
And now they're talking about
put him in charge
basically,
of higher kingdoms based on the fact that
basically, Andrew's position is
Yeah,
that
for the same reason that like before we get to like
he wants to understand why not so erudite
over time that
is,
God's like, look,
like, why her
now you
position is more correct
so why was it
than his.
to have multiple wives?
If
For some time, at some point,
if it's objectively correct, like, why is it wrong to do something over something else? If they're all more like objective morals and they're just based on interpretation, even if that interpretation seems objective,
I would say it's like
if you're just appealing to an objective being through, if you're just appealing to an objective being through a subjective lens, and then saying, well, there are objective facts in like reality, but that reality can't be verified through
they can do it on their more appropriate.
that
They
for
should
that it can't be verified through like the subjective. Then I think what Paradise is trying to do is she's trying to add a both ways. He's basically saying that
so it'd be sinful for a politician
there are no objectives, but
No, I said in specific ways.
I'm
So one
going
specific way
to appeal to an objective. I can't justify. I don't think justification for something is always true and correct, especially for arguments like tag, though I do think it has more power because even if you appeal to something like tag or the transcendental or something,
specifically Christian.
appealing to that thing because other people use it, even if they can't just give a justification, doesn't mean you can prove that objective thing objectively. For example, let's say the Orthodox God exists objectively, like he exists in objective reality, and that he is true and correct, and he exists in reality. It's like, okay, even if he exists, you won't be able to prove an objective God objectively because you would be going through a subjective lens. Which is also another reason why I think that Jesus Christ isn't God and God is unknowable, because you're just going through like a subjective filter and you're not actually you're just going through like a subjective filter that you can't like possibly justify. I'm gonna try the shotgun again with a different kind of spit game.
But at that time, Timothy had a massive flaw, and was definitely, because they were diametrically opposed to God,
Okay.
Christians, was definitely ruling on Christians. Definitely.
Are you saying so they rejected Roman obligation because they were only opposing Christian law, or were they telling Christians how to act? Because telling Christians is totally fine. A church, the Pope, telling fellow Christians how they should conduct themselves is exactly what the church should be doing. But the church should not be going, hey, secular people, you have to do this stuff too. That's not what
Yeah, so when
But yeah, just because one can,
cannot speak,
just because like
they can't do it. Okay. Is that a command?
one person can justify it and the other person can't, But the other person who can't justify it uses something, and the other, like the person who can't justify it, versus the other person who can justify it, like tag or something like that. They always tend to push on the back foot. They say God must exist because we have to ground these transcendentals or these things that we use. We have to ground them in something. But the issue isn't even not grounding them. It's the fact that you haven't proven the grounding, the subject in grounding. Someone can just accept that there are transcendentals. Like there are transcendentals that exist, even if they can't justify it. But it doesn't prove that doesn't prove that like the thing in question. It just proves one can justify something and the other one can't. But it doesn't prove the thing in question, which is God. So if God can't be proven objectively, if God can't be proven objectively in a way that helps, like that is objective, someone could just come on around there and say, yeah, I can't justify how we don't use these things. But someone else could just come along and say, well, it doesn't prove God, it just proves it just proves that I can give a justification and you can't. But the thing is, they can't prove God objectively because you're still coming from a finite mind. So it's like, how does the infinite finite prove the infinite? And how do you do it in a non-subjective way? And it's kind of hard to do because you would have to prove a finite and a subjective and objective. You would have to prove the objective in a finite way that you can't possibly know. It's like, how can you know that God must be the reason for it? And it's kind of like they put bad people, a lot of them, they put people on the offensive. They say by the impossibility of the contrary, this thing must be the case because I can give justification for what we use and you can't, so therefore my view is correct. They just sort of grab themselves to be correct, when all in reality they could just say, well, this is the best explanation, but it's not objectively. Now, I think God is a good thing because you're still appealing to an objective being, whether it be objective reality, objective God, and objective something, because even if there is like subjective morals, you still need to be an objective reality to be able to say that. So you still need to be an objective reality to be able to do that stuff in the first place. Okay. Wow. So you have to be an objective reality to even say that. Now, you could call reality God because there's different layers of reality. There's different layers of reality that I think a lot of people they don't realize or understand. Like even with DMT or hallucinations, doesn't mean that the thing in question is real. It just means it's going inside your head. But the thing I would just say to the tag, now I think tag is a strong transcend occidental argument for God is Star Wars, but it puts people on the offense, like back foot a lot, and it doesn't really like criticism from other views. It's like, I'm true because my word you can give justification for what you use and yours can't. If you use stuff for my word view, it's just that you can give a justification because it's ironic. They say that like none of them can give a justification like for like claims and stuff. But they say none of them can give a justification, but they also say stuff that can
Like when we're talking about communism, we're talking about Lenin Stalin, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Stalin, I believe it was
that was a good shot. They also say stuff that isn't exactly like.
Yeah, but we're talking about the ideology.
They also say stuff that like it's just not consistent. They say, well, we can't just go based on what works because what works is contentious. But then they turn around and say the people for tag like Jay Dyer, Orthodox people, Jim Bob, Malpass and Dillahunty, like Matt Dillahunty and Dr. Malpass brought this up in their debates. They said, Dr. Malpass said, even if I were to grant everything is true, I accept with God if the orthodoxy is true, how would you be able to prove the God in question objectively? And I don't think you can. Now maybe you can't have it been Jesus, which is why the historical Jesus is so important. Because if you have a historical Jesus, you can have a Jesus that is, you have a historical Jesus, you have a Jesus that is variable in the flesh, which most people do. Most people don't deny Jesus Christ, like, lived and stuff. No. If he was God, is a different story. But I would say Jesus Christ does exist. I would say Jesus Christ does exist as a divine being. He's the divine Son of God, which would make him God. And so, if Jesus is God, like in the way I think he is, then it doesn't really matter much.
I said what's bad is that they later then used the church as an arm of the state. So they blended church and state. They used heroes, other people, to impose theological law that was just sympathetic to communism.
It doesn't really matter much because it's like,
is when 50% of the clergy got
some point,
replaced by statists, which were not clergymen. The Eastern
that was
Orthodox Church
cool.
wouldn't even
But if, like, at some
despite the
point,
fact
if you
that their
think that,
theology changed dramatically, significantly, and has maintained that to such a point that Eastern Orthodox didn't even send people in to correct the theology. Do you think that the church would remain what it is?
at some point, if you think that, then
Very exciting, Andrew.
someone can just come out and say,
Orthodox Church would be what it is if the KGB had killed 50% of it and removed it.
I don't know, maybe they didn't kill everything
Is valuable. It protects the church
right there, but I'll take it.
Separation of church and state protect us from communism.
because it doesn't allow communism to utilize the church as a statecraft.
Yeah, I got through it anyways. Somebody did. But they just sort of grant themselves to be correct because one has justification for using transcendentals and one doesn't. And it's just like, that almost seems like special pleading in a way. Like, it's like special pleading. I don't know where I live right there, but that was awesome shooting time. Like, they're just getting, they're getting beat up. Guys are like losing badly.
Typically, it's going to be maximizing like access to rights. It has strong institutions, and in more modern forms of technology, which I like, by the way, it believes in a social system. That's it.
Alright.
There's like there's a political fill word where it's like you have both
But yeah,
rights.
it almost sounds like special pleading because as soon as you say anything against tag that's like valid, like Dr. Malpass about how like, oh, you can't possibly prove the Orthodox God objectively, even if you use it like you can ground the transcendentals in the subject and we accept that thing, the source, as truth. You can't, how do you prove it objectively? So it's not the fact that you use the transcendentals. It's the fact that can you prove the transcendentals objectively? And I don't know if they can. I don't know if people can or not.
America, the country you hate, apparently, and don't think stands for anything. You must.
I don't know if people can prove you can prove what you use maybe in objective reality. But I don't know if it's a good enough. Like, I think God can be proven objectively, but I think it would have to go through Jesus. And people say, well, Jesus is a subject to the Father, to reality, but it also says that He is the center of everything. He created everything. Everything was made through Him and by Him, for Him. He's in the middle of everything. Even in Revelation, He flat out says, I am the Alpha, the Omega, the beginning and the end. He says, before Abraham was, I am. But going back to the Malpass stuff, how would you be able to prove it objectively? I just think it's not a very good argument to typically just say, well, we can ground them in God. The issue is not if God is real or if God is objective, or that one. It's probably not even about how one person can argue for what you use and justify it and the other person can't. Because you still haven't defined the source in question and the interpretation of like the source. The Orthodox God, the Orthodox Church of God, that God, Jesus, by the way, that hasn't been objectively proven in an objective way. So even if you have, let's say for example, even if you have an objective way to, even if you have an objective way to, objective evidence or objective proof of something, and you can prove the objective thing objectively, you probably wouldn't, because you would still go through a subjective lens. And that's kind of the issue you would run into, is that you wouldn't be able to prove it objectively. And that's, I think, the issue here.
So if a nation state would vote in an authoritarian, you could actually
We would take another voice.
to prevent the
But
overtaking of radical.
they're saying that, oh, well, what you can do and what you can't, I think is foolish, to be honest. I just think that saying that by the impossibility that you agree with me, so I'm correct, because you're dealing with transcendentals, you can't justify or ground them, and I can, and therefore mine's correct. I think it's a good argument on the surface, but I don't think it's as airtight as people think it is. uptight as they think it is. And I think that just saying that, oh, well, we can grant ourselves God because we don't know any way else to know, and if God is real, which is the big thing in question, and even if God is real, how would you be able to know that objectively, that you have the right interpretation of objective proof? See, that's kind of the issue too. Let's say you have objective proof of God. How would you know that your interpretation of that objective proof, of that objective being, is objectively valid in a way that doesn't have holes in it? That's kind of the issue. But I also don't like people who say, I hear this a lot of from LDS, they say the Trinity isn't in the Bible, so it can't be true because the Trinity doesn't exist in the Bible. But it's a word concept fallacy. They think that because it doesn't say something in the Bible a certain way, that it can't be alluding to that. And I say, that doesn't work either. You just say, well, I can't see how it can be that way because it doesn't appear in the book that way. You don't need something to be in the Bible a certain way to probably allude to that thing. You don't have to, like, something doesn't have to be in the Bible like a certain way to actually say that it could be alluding to that. Many LDS, I'm LDS, but I don't say that just because something isn't in the Bible a certain way, that means that it can't allude to something. Saying you can't fully comprehend or understand the Trinity in a syllogism or anything like that doesn't mean that that still can't exist. I just think that that's a very bad logic. I don't agree in the Trinity. I agree in the Godhead. Three perfect gods in perfect harmony, perfect ontology. They have all the same abilities. So whatever one can do, the other one can do. And they're the perfect representation of each other perfectly, with perfect harmony and perfect union. That's why it says Jesus is the visible image of the invisible God. But I think it's kind of loose to say that you're correct because you have why did I get kicked from the server? They kicked me. I don't know how that happened, but well, let's hope I'm still streaming. Maybe if I was cheating or something, I don't know. It's like I'm not cheating. Or maybe I'm not cheating. I was dominating too hard, and that's why. But to say, alright, got one person I'm making. Finally. Took long enough. I'll probably read my last game on here. And then I want to play Left 4 Dead 2. Or maybe Call of Duty 2. Wait, not Call of Duty 2, but Left 4 Dead 2. Mm-hmm. Alright, let's go.
Power and wanted to get rid of the First Amendment. I would say that is a violation of big violation of the They don't believe in the ethos that made the state free, which was the common man gets a say, that he has his rights protected.
The same thing about the second.
These are a lot of kills right now.
Great. So I should be able to own a bazooka.
Potentially, I just think like all of those natural limits to it.
What are natural?
Most people can't afford it. Like storage, for example, I think
Oh no, they're cheap.
Actually, I'm getting kind of thirsty too
sure,
right
but I think
now.
the state would regulate a lot of like, what you can like, do with it.
Wait a second.
Wait, are you against 2A?
Are you saying?
Are you against 2A?
No, I'm a big second.
So
Yeah, maybe I want to play some more games to be honest.
Absolutely, because it's within the confines of life.
why does that matter though? What if we voted to get rid of that?
Right, self-defense.
Well, what if we voted to get rid of that?
Then that would be within the confines of the liberal framework.
Would that be okay with you?
Okay, no.
Oh.
I would object on different grounds, though. I'm not a liberal.
Sure, yeah, of course. I would
If
agree.
you're a liberal, though, right? If that's within the confines of the framework, it completely eliminates sex.
Sure, I've never
Oh,
rejected
wow,
that. I've said un-American
It's that. How's that un-American?
because I think like 2A, for example, gun culture is extremely American. It's a deeply, deeply American
Sure,
gun.
I would agree with that. But what's not un-American is removing amendments that Americans don't like. That's the most American thing.
Sure.
The most American thing is Americans introducing things and amendments that they like. It's getting rid of amendments that they don't like. It's doing things that they fucking want based on what it is that they want. And so if Americans say, we want Christian
You guys
nationalism,
are, my boy's
oppose
like
various amendments
doing
for
good.
Christian nationalism, that is the most American
It's
thing.
kind of like another me almost.
As a more theocratic state, I think it's fundamentally now have become something that isn't America anymore. I would be the person running around like Trump.
Based on what?
Need to make
The
America
last
great
40
again.
years?
The founding
Yeah, well,
fathers
they're
and the
giving
entire
me butt
point-
crazy
the states the
too.
ability
the
to do
entire
it.
point of the Revolutionary War, which was to break away from tyranny and to separate power so that the common man had a chance to exist
point of
and
the
have a right to speak to those who
That was great sloganeering, but the truth is,
It's not just sloganeering, it's American.
The Revolutionary War was about money. The very first thing George Washington did was implement a tax. Very first thing he did was institute, and it led to the whiskey
Payback
rebellion.
with
He
the
put a tax on
grenade.
whiskey. Do you think that like our founders who wanted apportion taxes, directly apportion taxes, wanted us in any way to have a
Jeez,
fucking
did
income
I
tax?
even kill?
Because
Okay,
that
one of my
is against
bullets got it.
life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We're the most taxed country on planet Earth. One of the most taxed on planet Earth.
Look,
And it's
right
like,
through.
look, if you went back,
Do you want to walk that one back?
if you went back to our founders,
Can you see if there's anybody that taxes more on
Oh,
income
that
than
was
America? I just
lucky.
want to fact check you.
it's not just income.
Well, maybe it was good,
Most taxed countries on
but
planet Earth.
yeah, I just think that
There's no other Western
they
middle
that
One of the most, yes. So anyway,
because the transcendental arguments exist, because I can justify and ground my worldview, morals, ethics, in something that you use that I can't, means that my worldview is correct. Even if that's the case, doesn't prove the thing in question. It just proves the objective transcendentals that you even can give a justification or you can, but even if you can give a justification and even if we accept everything, the Orthodox worldview is objective and that the view interpretation of God is objective, and if that God itself is objective, it still doesn't, you still can't prove it objectively in an objective way. That's really, I think, the big crux of the argument. Just saying, well, by the impossibility of the contrary, it has to be the case is also an argument from incredulity. You can say that, well, it has to be this way because by the impossibility of the contrary, it just must be that way. I think is fallacious a little. I think it is.
to have greater government receipts so we could pay for more that we collectively decided would be better for all.
because the monster of Jekyll Island was written by a bunch of bankers, essentially.
Okay, here we go.
Jack was against it first, and he killed
He was against the central.
the
Man, I'm getting thirsty.
That's not actually just
It is actually
so I agree that that's true. What you're presuming
Wow, we kids and
because of income tax. Jackson was most opposed to the central bank specifically.
they got beat up.
Concerned about government statesmen having access and control over it. He wanted that to be separate.
Beat up badly.
That's why one of the first things he did was pay ourselves.
Okay, all of these are.
It was about debt.
So you'd agree that Jackson was
Okay.
responsible for why he's
Well,
not just income tax.
yeah, but income tax would have made him lose his fucking
So
mind.
do you think is
And the
un-American
point is,
for people
like,
to have
it's
this.
the most,
Alright.
it's completely American to roll back the income tax. It's completely American to roll back all of these various amendments.
So what you're doing is you're saying liberalism and the process of democracy gives us the capacity to change rules. And you're saying that's America.
That's the most American.
No, so I'm arguing that the most American thing is the value of life, liberty, the pursuit
Yeah,
of
but you
happiness,
keep on
ingenuity, science,
But you keep
development.
equivocating because you, at one
I'm not
hand, you say
equivocating.
that's not foundationalism, or that's not a foundation of my philosophy, is life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. And then, when I say, wait, the most American thing that we can do is the most,
How is
it's
this
the American thing that we always do, and then you move back and forth.
It's important to stay hydrated.
My foundation is actually political ideology. No, my foundation is actually life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
No, I
Is it
never
most,
said.
both,
Hold on,
which?
Andrew. So you're being bad faith again.
No, you're being bad faith, Kyla, by saying I'm bad faith.
Also,
So
get this.
I have never said that
For Splicky, I was playing on low. Low. Like, it's all on low settings. Except, like, you made FAA or FSR3, but I'll turn it off now.
Right? There is strong institutions, protections of human rights and liberties.
Because I'm interested how this plays with it all. Now I'm just gonna play with it natively. Like the native, with no FSR upscaling.
You were saying that my moral
And on low.
is this life, liberty, pursuit of happiness.
But
But I've never said that.
the low and the high,
Foundation of America. And I said,
I
yeah,
mean
that's
the
the
like ultra or high settings, they're basically the same. It's like, it's the same thing that I got with Battlefield 1. I actually have that game. Battlefield 1 on low still looks better than a lot of games on their highest settings. Because they used photo trigonometry, or photo trigonometry, or something like that. It's very high, it's like high tech, very high tech.
Now, let's say Christian
And
nationalists are able to take power, okay?
I was just very stunned because it's a game from like 20, a game from like 2016 or something, and it still runs very well.
Promise that they're going to change these things,
Okay,
I get it. They're not, they're very un-American. These Americans are very un-American and bad Christians. I get it. These guys get in office, and all they do is this. They just immediately
I might have to take a step away from the mic. I gotta drink water. I'm gonna check.
right?
Thirsty. Always remember to take breaks and stuff, and I'm gonna take a break after once of these games over, and then I'll come back.
Criminalization of prostitution. We typically see that women are disproportionately.
I'm already like winning, like,
I did say we'd be un-American.
Okay, but it's
already
definitely
winning,
in direct violation of this whole liberty thing, right?
like 10-5.
Specifically.
Yeah, but
Team deathmatch.
So are you also wanting to?
I know how to get up to that rail.
yeah,
Railgun, by the way.
because it's a threat to liberty.
I know how to get up there.
So how come 3 people can't get married?
Mostly, I think, rape.
Headshot.
Yeah, but I mean,
Boom,
Make
headshot.
if we can make it happen,
legally, sure.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it legally because legality is not my moral. So.
17 people.
Not bad. It's not plain bad on
So
this.
it's
Hold on.
Well, there is more jagged edges, I can tell.
well, right now we just recently had 3 people done. I mean, I don't see why you couldn't have 4 so far.
I'm saying, do you think it's
Can you
reasonable
get
for
that one?
17 people to get married?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I think you're absurd.
I at least think it's
I
reasonable.
used to be a little bit better with this
So the
sniper,
thing is,
but
well, if it's 3, why can't it be 4?
I've spent time with people, but maybe
I'm not as good as it
Just got married,
anymore.
why couldn't it be 4?
well, I would argue, for example, in the case of polycules, even
As you saw, I just missed all my shots right there.
legally,
Yeah, okay, so anyway.
So yes, if we could create a taxation system that could manage 17 people getting married legally, I don't have an issue with it necessarily.
Oh wow, where did they,
But that's not
where did they
Let's say
come
that,
from? Oh,
that
it
we
came
allow,
from over there.
we pass an amendment, liberals pass an amendment, and it says 3 people can get
Sometimes I
married.
don't like where they,
And this is now
I don't
part
like,
of,
I can't like find these guys because it's like, they automatically like lock on to you. Which I guess like that's what we're supposed to do if you're bots,
now
but
you're violating the idea of the very
yeah,
idea of liberty.
I had a good
American
reaction.
for those Christian nationalists
I can see why they're good trainers, because they're not too hard, they're not too bad either. They're like in the middle of the pack.
I don't want people running around actually doing anything they want at any specific time, and neither does
In the
liberalism.
middle.
Because liberalism is also
Where do we draw the threshold then? Because your whole objection to Christian nationalists
at a
with gay
legal
marriage.
level, probably three, because I don't think taxation would ever be functional for
Here's
some.
my
So they passed
belt,
an amendment, three
kinda.
people can get married. That's what I said.
Sure.
And then Christian
Kinda
nationalists take
parts.
control, and the only thing they remove is that.
Alright, let's finish this game first.
But that's a threat to liberty. That's hurting people's liberty.
I don't think necessarily.
How is it not necessarily hurting their
What did my,
liberty?
what happened to my grenade?
So what?
Change their minds.
What do
And I
you
thought I
It's
threw
still
it,
not hurting
but
their
I
liberty,
guess
whether
not.
you're a maximalist or not.
So, for example, the reason why we might not allow three people to get married legally is because it may create situations where
Anybody
divorce
coming?
situations can't be like easily solved. It makes divorce is extremely messy.
Yeah, what are all these people at?
So the issue is now your hypothetical going. Imagine we exist in a world that is fundamentally not in any way like the world
Jeez,
we
man,
exist
my
in.
aim is
Now what
off.
we would do, and I'm like, I don't know, in this fundamental world where like human beings don't
Three
need
people
laws,
just got
I'm not
married.
really sure.
If
My
three
aim
people
is
can
like
get
so
married,
bad,
then
bro.
those three people can already get divorced. And if they have children,
How would we
those
resolve
three
that?
people can already have some kind of custodial
I'm not gonna
fucking
switch
problem.
guns, so
Already
I
have
don't.
major custodial issues that divorce
Yeah.
isn't
Agreed.
alimony.
So how would that not be a threat to
You
liberty?
can go
Well,
this way
it
or
might
this
not
way.
allow this liberty because it actually, the divorce courts and the way that the system works, it limits people in such a way that we can't actually
So
function.
then Christian nationalists going in and limiting liberty is not really a problem
To some extent,
it's-
yeah.
to some extent. So
Pretty
them
loud.
outlawing gay
As
marriage,
of
that's a
now.
problem, but not three people getting married. Why?
Because I would say consensually as a society we would do it.
So no, we never did. There's no
So I
point.
got him right there.
Electorate that did this.
Okay, and you're voting for the electorate who puts it in the
Someone's.
So what?
I would say that opposes, that in this case, the only reason that you're doing that is because you think being gay is evil.
So
I think that that's
Oh my
that's
gosh.
nice you think that, but they were elected.
It's not
They
nice that I
got in.
think that.
They got into
Yeah,
office.
I
It's
can
not
get
nice
this
that I
sniper
think that.
again.
I would say that, heck yeah, I would say that it's fundamentally unchristian for them to do because now at this
what?
point
Okay.
they're not imposing something.
Yeah, but your
that-
liberalism
So I can do it.
liberalism can't actually stop it.
That
One and
doesn't
two,
matter to
it has
any
nothing.
argument.
It is not un-American for them to go in and change amendments. That's the most
Well,
American.
we're just back here again. So
Yeah.
what I would say is that there are some things that are central to the American ethos, right? But these things are not
Oh my
maximal. So what
gosh,
you're
I
trying to do is you're
can't
trying to
aim
say,
with
well, you're for
it
liberty,
today.
you're for maximal liberty. And I'm like, no, I'm for
My
some liberty.
aim's
Based on
like
maximal
off
liberty. Of course you are,
recently.
because you're going,
Just saying,
well, what about
Hasn't
17
been
people?
good
I'm
as
like,
it
I don't know.
used
I don't
to.
live in a world where that's even like kind of functioning. So I don't know what I think about 17 people getting married at a legal level.
Just three.
Sure, even just three. I'm not even sure what I
Alright,
think about
let's try
three people
this
getting married,
again.
actually, because I think that there's going to be a lot of complications
Come
as far as like,
on,
how we manage these
freaking
things
like
necessarily.
reload
Because I'm not
it.
going to be absolutist, but I do think that the value of liberty, giving common man access to these choices, is central.
Like I don't.
So
I
what
can
would be
just like
wrong with
snipe you
Christian
across the
nationalists going
map.
in, right? They pack the court, and then they go ahead and read, or you don't even pack the court. They
Packing
just
the
put,
court.
they just put
Like,
two
it's kinda
Supreme Court
weird.
justices, new ones on.
Well,
They
it's not
reinterpret
weird,
that,
but it's.
well, you know what? Gays actually can't get married. They overturn the Virgil Code.
When you try it,
One of my things is potentially Supreme Court.
when you try it, you can't exactly do it.
Two Supreme Court justices. That's it.
How do they do that?
Because two of them died.
Okay, so two of them die. They elect two of them with the intention of packing the court. So they're specifically selecting.
Yes, packing
Wait,
the court.
do they
Sometimes they
select
are
them
good
on the
though. I
basis
do.
that
I
these
will have
judges
to
would
give them
search
credit.
as well and make
They're
judicial laws for
definitely
Christianity?
selecting them because the
Yeah, I
party
think
in
that's bad.
charge wants them there.
Yeah, I think that that's the bad part already.
Why?
Because I do
Only
not
one
think that
that.
That's how parties do it now. They put in
I
justices
didn't
that they
do
want them. They
very
think
well
are going to
though.
Do you
represent
think
their
that, do
views.
you think that I like the fact that we try to make the judicial system partisan?
That's very un-American.
I think it is un-American.
No, it's very un-American for you to go against that
Why?
because it's the most American thing. That's how we've always done it.
I
What
would
do you
say
think?
I would say that if it's not girding the common man, the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness, packing the courts, for example, I think is bad. I think that this is not a good thing to do. I don't want partisan courts
The
because
problem-
the point. Hold on.
yeah.
The American idea, the zeitgeist of the separation of powers, actually really matters because one of the things that's fundamental to Americanism is the opposition of tyranny. And how you
Alright, I'll
oppose
be
tyranny
back.
is you
I gotta
separate
get a
powers.
drink
So
of
if you're packing
water.
the court to be biased towards a single side, you're already
I'm
biased.
What
thirsty.
about them getting rid of
It's bad.
abortion?
What about it?
Yeah, is that hurting life or helping life?
That depends on what you think life is.
Well, I'm asking you.
Okay.
So I'm for the decriminalization of abortion entirely because I think when you look at the actual, when you look at the abortion policy, it leads to more infant deaths, more mother deaths, more children in foster care, more children in poverty, and more children
Is it more or less American that abortion's banned?
I don't think that this is necessarily an American concept. Not everything is like tied to
So Christian nationalists get in and they completely outlaw abortion, right? Via constitutional amendment.
I think that they would then be imposing onto non-Christians their views.
That's nice, but that doesn't violate any of the life, liberty, or pursuit of happiness that you consider Americanism to be.
It would be because
it reinforces life.
It would be because probably 50, I think it's like 50% of the population definitely disagrees with the contention when life is.
Who cares? You're not an extremist.
What do you mean,
Our
who
main
cares?
thing is that if it's the case,
What do you mean who cares?
well, first of all,
Probably the voting
I'll
electorate.
be
the ones
back.
who elected the Christian nationalists.
Well, more so in this case, the ones who didn't.
Yeah,
So now the
okay,
Christian
so what?
nationalists.
It's the most American thing possible for Christian
tyrannize?
nationalists get in. How's that tyranny?
By trying to impose only Christian ethics on other people, knowing for a fact that 50% of the population would not want to adhere to these laws.
50% of the population doesn't want to adhere to abortion. They think that abortion's
They
evil.
don't have to get abortions. Isn't that
They don't.
crazy?
They think you're murdering people.
Sure, but they don't have to get an abortion.
They don't-
Isn't that
doesn't
crazy?
matter. You don't allow them to murder people.
Does the state compel anyone to get an abortion?
Why would that matter?
Because it kind of matters if you're talking about the Christians that
Is
the
it,
right
is it
concerned
the
about.
case that if the state said that you could like murder random people, that you could object to that in a democracy?
Yes. Yes.
So you can object to fucking people murdering people in your democracy.
You can, of course,
And you
yes.
can get an amendment together to say stop murdering
All of
people.
this is fine as long as the reason that Christians aren't doing it is intentionally to impose Christian ethics on
And
non-Christians.
yet you have not made an argument for why that's even bad. You just said within the framework,
I said it's
don't like it.
No. I said
It's un-American.
No, I said Christians imposing Christian ethics on non-Christians is unbiblical. It's heretical to do.
Yeah, but
It
we're
is
talking about
wrong.
whether or not it's un-American.
No, I've said from the beginning.
Now you're going to fucking equivocate. We're
I'm
talking
not
about what's
equivocating.
un-American 5 seconds ago.
You trying to slant me into specific types of arguments that I'm not making.
You
is
are
me
making them.
equivocating.
You said that this is the most American thing we could do.
What?
To outlaw abortion for the purpose of life. The purpose of life.
I said this.
No. We're talking about what's un-American or American. I'm postulating that it's the most American thing we can do if the idea is life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness for Christian nationalists to outlaw abortion.
Do you think it would be also super American to get rid of evolution in class?
I don't know if that would be American or not American.
Well, Christian nationalists would probably want to do it. Is that American or not?
That they would.
Would they?
I'm not
What do you
sure.
mean? They've multiple times advocated for removal of evolution from Louisiana Act of 2008.
I think that should be left up to the states, like the 10
halfway
says.
down.
Okay, so
That's what
Halfway
Christian
down this
nationalists would say.
tower.
okay, so you think
Thereabouts.
that's not true, and you know that you don't believe that. You think
Well,
that Christian
at least people advocate for
Wait,
my version of it.
so Christian nationalists would violate all parts of the Constitution
That would
except for
violate
the
the
10th?
Wait,
They really like that one.
most Christian nationalists, at least ones who are in the mainstream that I'm aware of, they do advocate that most of this stuff gets pushed back to the state, like what used to happen with gay marriage, which is why it was, every time it was voted on, they said no, and you had to use the constitutional route.
And do you think Christian nationalists would prefer it's at the state, or do you think they would actually prefer a federal rule on abortion? Do you think Christian nationalists want a
Well,
federal
if they
ban
had
on
a
abortion?
federal rule on abortion, they would have to pass an amendment, which would be
Do
the will of
Christians
the
want
people.
that? Do Christians
Sure.
want that? Yeah, of course.
What's wrong with that?
So I am outlining right now that you trying to pretend as though Christian nationalists just want state rights is
I
dishonest.
didn't say that that's all
Absolutely
they
did,
want.
because I said, well, do you think that Christian nationalists would try to push through Christian ethics on people? And he said, well, I think they just want it at the state.
No.
Of course.
No. I
Christian
said
nationalists.
that issue, they would refer to the state. But within the
Wait,
purview
you don't
of
think that
federal
they would
powers,
prefer a federal ban on this?
I don't even think that would be possible unless you amended it. But even if they did, that would be
Wouldn't they
fine.
want that?
Yeah, if they amended it, that's within the confines
So
of...
I don't know why the fuck you're bringing up states at all. You're just running away.
Because that's what they would say. They would say defer to the state. Unless, if you could pass an
And I said,
amendment... maybe.
why? Because they don't think that they can do it through federal powers. But if Christian nationalists could do it through federal powers, they would, right?
But that would be totally constitutional and very American.
It does. I don't think it would
It would be
be.
the most
But
American.
it would be within their constitutional capacity.
Not only their constitutional capacity, they would be following Americana, baby.
No, I would say, for example, that
100%
no,
Americana.
absolutely not.
Absolutely, yes.
So America is just a Christian theocracy, secretly waiting to be discovered.
America is just a fucking secular fucking nonsense machine.
Do you
What?
think
What?
America just? What is America to you?
To me, America, at least how you define it, is
Not
just a
how I
system.
define it. How you define it.
Yeah, so for me, I've told you this multiple times. If there was some kind of cultural glue, I would give America a lot more credence on this. But right now, it just looks like a
That's
system.
not an answer to what America
It look,
is.
I just answered it at the end. If you would have listened, I think right now America's just a system. Yes.
So you don't believe in America. You don't have any pride in America. You don't think there's a central American ethos. Like America is a state.
I think there used to be, and mass migration, other things destroyed that.
So America doesn't exist anymore.
Not how it used to. No.
What did it used to be? What was that? Some of the central ethos. What made something American?
Yeah, so I would largely agree that if you have a population center or a population group, it would be the people plus the values. So I would say that what was fundamentally American once upon a time was what would be called pan-Protestantism, and that would be combined with the ethno group and the cultural group.
Okay, so what was American was being
Yeah.
Christian, white, what else?
Well, I'm just saying if you wanted to have something which was foundational, that's what we had at the time of the founders, yes.
Well, I'm asking what American ethos is to you because you think it's dead now. So what was it? Because you
That's
seem
what
to
it
be.
was.
So Christianity, whiteness.
Pan-Protestantism,
Sure,
not just Christianity.
sure, but we can call
Pan-Protestantism is what it was.
Pan-Protestantism. So you think that it is a religious endeavor and it's an ethnic.
I think that without the religion, that whole idea of amoral people doesn't exist.
So you believe America is white?
I think foundationally it was, yes.
No, but is that central to the American identity?
No, there
I
are
think
no
it was.
leaders.
Yes.
Okay, and you think that we've lost that?
Of course.
And that's a bad thing.
Well, I don't think it's an American thing.
So it's un-American to have people of color.
I think by this standard, the idea of what America is, when I say it's now just a system, then I'm saying what it used to be were these things. Do you agree? It used to be these
Yeah,
things.
an idea.
Yeah, an experiment.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
And within the confines of this experiment, it's perfectly acceptable for us to change the parameters,
So
right?
so to bring America back to what America was, is that something you would care about doing? Do you love America? Like at least when I say America, I mean your version of America. Would you like to bring America back there?
No.
Why not?
Because I think that there's a better way, which is Christian nationalism.
Okay, and what's the conclusion of Christian nationalism?
The conclusion of Christian nationalism is to move Christian ethics into the mainstream, utilizing legislation within the biblical confines of the machine that we built.
Why didn't the founding fathers do that then?
Didn't we just go over this? They left it up to the states.
And why didn't they write it into some federal capacity for the states?
We've already been over that twice. So the thing is like, what am I eating on?
Any pan-Christian?
First,
so
let's see
you
if we
want
can find.
Mormons?
Let's see if we can find some agreement. Yeah, sure. Let's see if we can find some agreement. Do you agree with me that foundation was a white nation?
I guess.
I don't think whiteness is central to
Way
American
connecting
ethos.
the two places.
Okay, Western European.
I don't think the color of your skin is central to an idea at all.
All right. So.
You don't think that foundationally
I
that was a
think
part of
that's
the cultural
about,
glue that kept things together?
the entire
Not at
episode.
all.
Well, what do you mean by foundation?
Next time.
Like they really just wanted white people here.
Did that exist at the time? Yeah, but I don't think that's what makes the American ethos, is a preoccupation with whiteness.
Okay, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that foundationally, definitely was a white nation.
When you say foundationally, you just mean there was lots of white people in America?
They know that they only wanted white people in America.
Well, the issue is they didn't even have
Hey
a good
guys,
conception
we're
of
back
white at
with
the time.
more Rag
Right,
Blazing
they didn't-
on
Western
First
Europe.
Mage.
Well,
Still
they
the same
didn't like
night,
Irish
very
that
late
much.
at
In fact,
night.
there
But
was a
they,
whole bunch of
but
issues
they
with
definitely
Irish.
wanted Western
I want to
European.
finish this.
I don't know if that's true. They
Like they
explicitly
wanted the English.
they
wanted
basically
the French.
only wanted the English.
Yeah.
They didn't really want the French.
True, I'm even willing to concede that.
Right. So.
But they wanted something that was not what we have now, which
Sure,
is
but I
like
don't
South
think
America border.
the immigration preference is a central thing to the American ethos. Because I think that if it was, the founding fathers probably would have written it into like at least the Declaration of Independence.
They
They
did.
would have done somewhere to say
Wait,
the white man.
yeah, early laws did say that, actually. I don't know if you knew that.
Box.
The Declaration of Independence has
Very
nothing to do
dangerous
with white
chest.
men.
We
No,
should probably
the Declaration
resave
doesn't.
when we do
Yeah.
this.
But early laws is what I said. Early laws did regard people good character who were white, yes.
Sure, but I don't think that that's central to being American.
Okay.
Because I don't think the founding fathers
But
did anything that makes them
foundation,
American.
okay, I agree.
Diplomat
I'm just
plus
saying
two.
that when we're talking about a culture, the culture of the time, right? It was white and Protestant.
Sure, and I just if I found out the founding fathers sat me down, they're like, and that's really
Most of the
central to
items
being
in
America.
shapes
I'd be
of
like,
star
give
Then
it
if
a
all that is central to being America is this experiment, and the experiment is just the idea of we have checks and balances in a system,
No, it's more than that.
what is it?
Ingenuity.
Behind the store.
Yes.
Christian nationalists, hang on, I'm almost done.
Just-
Christian nationalists have ingenuity.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
They're
of course.
opposed to science fundamentally. They don't want kids to go to
Wait a
university.
second.
They think evolution's not true. They think the Earth is 10,000
what?
years old. They deny vaccines.
So what?
This is fundamentally opposed to the American ethos of science. America,
What are you talking about?
What do you think makes America so great?
What Christian nationalists are opposed to science?
Most.
What science?
Evolution.
That's it?
Not just
Are they opposed to, like, rocket ships? Are they opposed to fucking machinery? Are
They
they
don't
opposed
want-
to firearms?
they
Are they opposed
often-
to strong militaries? Are they opposed to any of that?
Not all of that is science. A lot of it is engineering, right? But what they're opposed to,
Engineering's a science.
they're opposed to
In
multiple
fact,
brackets.
the science.
of-
Yes, the science is engineering.
How is that the science?
Because all what you're talking about anthropology, or you're talking about even evolution, right?
Biology, chemistry,
Yeah.
physics.
When we're talking about American ingenuity and industrialization, things like this, from the automobiles, trains, rocket ships, machine guns, bazookas, fucking
Development of
hand
vaccines,
grenades.
development of
Medical?
modern monetary
Christians aren't against
theory.
medical. Christian nationalists especially are not against medical
They're
science.
pretty opposed to vaccines.
Well, wait a second.
7,800 XP.
RFK is pretty opposed to vaccines.
A lot of Christian. So you think that if I pulled Christian nationalists, that most of them would be for vaccines? They love vaccines, actually. Do they think that their kids should go to university and study science?
This is a toilet.
Some of them, sure.
How many?
I don't know.
Take
Neither do you.
Wash basin.
My assumption, because I'm actually familiar with Christian nationalists, and I'm not lying about them.
Which ones?
About like the broad
Which
movement
prominent
of
ones?
Of Christian nationalists.
Yeah.
Any way that we can get
You're a prominent one.
Uh-huh.
I think that Kirk, before he passed away, was a prominent one.
Yeah.
Or is this just like
There's two.
What? And Kirk didn't say that he wanted the government to go in and outlaw fucking vaccines.
He was pretty anti-vaccines and anti.
He was anti-vaccine.
He didn't think that
sure.
people should send their kids
But
to
even if it
university.
was the
Do you
case-
think that he believed?
But even- I guess-
Do you believe in the dinosaurs?
You know what? I'll just grant this.
Okay, make it that one. Do you
Let's
believe
say,
in
I'm just going to
dinosaurs?
grant it. Yeah. Christian nationalists, they want to get rid of evolution, they want to get rid of vaccines, they want to get rid of all
They're
this stuff.
anti-science.
Let's just say.
Yep.
No, that's not anti-science.
It is fundamentally anti-science to get rid of major scientific theories. Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes, it would be harmful to America to do so.
So what happened to race science?
It was proven in science to be invalid.
Wait a second. I'm super confused. Who proved that?
For example, in the case of IQ, right, we've done like multiple studies on IQ to show that like the moment that you normalize things like education, access.
You're saying there was no politics involved in that?
I didn't say that, but I said that what solved it dominantly, what made it a weaker argument.
Is eugenics a valid form of science?
What do you mean a valid form of science?
What's wrong with eugenics? Don't be anti-science. What's wrong with eugenics?
What's wrong with eugenics is that it typically violates certain major ethical principles.
Got it. So you're diverting to ethics for science.
Not exclusively.
Yeah, but if you're going to divert to ethics from science, then Christian nationalists have every grounds to do the same thing.
Not so. The difference between eugenics, the reason why we would be opposed to it, is that it did things like forced sterilizations and reduced people to like breeding.
Not disputing that.
What the Christian
But you're
nationalists,
diverting to
hold on.
ethics.
What the Christian nationalists, but the issue is the reason we're rejecting eugenics isn't because we're saying it's not scientific to even possibly do that. We're saying that's too far. What the Christian nationalists are saying is evolution's not real. Don't go to university. Vaccines are actually bad. The Earth might be flat.
what?
The Earth is 10,000
If
years
they are
old.
inside of a democracy, I'm just going to
Hold on.
grant it all.
Hold
They're
on. So-
inside of a democracy and they can amend all these things, and that's the will of the people,
Yeah.
right? Then guess what? The people before were like, no booze. They were like, nope, can't do this, can't do that. Homosexuality is illegal, right? Up until the 60s, all 50 states had anti-sodomy laws. Okay, so like the thing is it seems like it's the most Christian thing to me, or not most American thing to me to say,
To be anti-science?
to utilize the system in order to implement.
I don't know if you remember that,
Yeah.
but we were talking about the American predilection towards science, and I said one of the issues I have with Christian nationalism, for example, is its complete rejection of science, which I think is integral to the ingenuity and development of
It's
America.
rejection of some sciences.
I would say most major sciences.
Some sciences, because you want some sciences rejected too. You want racial science rejected. You want
I don't want racial science rejected. I want it properly studied.
But wait, you don't want to reject it?
Racial science, like looking into seeing if there's no, because I think for
Okay,
example,
I'm
racial
back.
science is incredibly important in medicine, right? Understanding how like hemoglobin can be different.
I just need to get something to eat and a drink.
What I don't want is when we utilize science to abuse other people. But this isn't being anti-scientific at all.
So,
Because in this case, I'm not saying eugenics can't work.
Yeah.
It's untrue. I'm saying
I ate a
it's
ham and
wrong.
cheese sandwich
Christian
and it was
nationalists are
good.
saying evolution is false. It's not true. It's not proven.
so what? They can't.
It's anti-science to
That's
say
not
that.
anti-science.
It is anti-science.
No, it's not.
Yes, if you believe that evolution
They
is
can,
true.
are you saying that Christian nationalists are going to say you can no longer study evolution?
I didn't didn't say that.
No, they just say you can't teach it in school. That's not anti-science.
That is anti-science.
No, it's not.
Why would
You don't
how
have
is-
a right to learn evolution in school.
How is
The
not?
right to learn evolution shall not be infringed.
I would say that when we're publicly educating our children, we should teach them on the most empirically supported evidence.
That's nice that you say that.
Well, that's what public education's for.
Public education is to teach you reading, writing, arithmetic, not
Math,
to...
science.
Well, wait. I'm sorry.
You forgot about those two, hey?
I'm confused. Reading, writing, and arithmetic. What does arithmetic mean?
Math.
Why did you say math, science?
Because you didn't include science in the list.
Lord.
Do you include science in there?
Sure.
Okay, so people should learn science.
Sure.
Do you think it's important to engineering that?
What's wrong with them learning science?
All right, let's go back.
I don't have a problem.
Facts like the walls are made of flesh. So where was the way down? The way down is over here.
What the heck?
It's at this point. I think I am going to double check this particular room to make sure that we got everything in the on the floor. So I'll be right back.
Let them learn about God necessarily. They're in a private
Jeez.
institution.
Oh, they can do it in public.
But when a state forces you to teach children about God in a public institution, I do have a problem with that.
That's nice that you have a problem with that, but within the confines of your moral framework of liberalism,
That's not my
there's
moral framework.
nothing
Andrew, stop saying that my moral framework is liberalism.
foundationalism for liberalism. Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness.
It's not my moral framework.
No, I'm sorry. Your foundationalism for liberalism.
It's not life, liberty. Oh my God. It's not life, liberty. That's the foundation of the American
Of the, okay.
liberalism.
Foundation of liberalism.
I'll go over it again. You should write this one down because
You're
you
gonna write
How
it
did
down.
I live?
give me the pen.
I'll write it down. Just tell me.
Strong institutions, separation of powers,
Okay.
welfare, and protection of rights and liberties of people.
And every Christian nationalist can do all that.
Yeah, of course they can, but I don't think that they can do so if they are opposing Christian nationalism.
Okay, so then the only thing that you would say is this is a life, liberty, pursuit of happiness thing.
I would say like forcing,
That's what makes it un-American.
forcing people to, for example, learn
Hmm.
and like pray to Mary in public schools.
Yeah, my counter is that it's the most American thing. The most American thing.
Dude, the mic is still loud, even when I'm far away.
Because the democratic system allows it. That's not what America
It's
is.
American because even though foundationally we didn't have any of these fucking laws, we've only had them since like, I don't know, 40 years, and you violate any of them, now it's the most American
Well,
thing.
you've already granted me that.
Americanism is just what's happening now.
No, Americanism is like an ethos that emerges over time, right? So when you look at like American,
You
Okay.
rejected American identity. All you say is
How have I
it's
rejected
fucking ingenuity or something.
how have I rejected America?
Ingenuity and life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
It's the opposition of tyranny. It's giving people the capacity to speak. It's advocating and
It's not oppositional to tyranny because what do you define tyranny as?
tyranny
Is
as
Donald Trump a tyrant?
in some ways, sure.
Yeah. It's like, so for you,
Wait, I think that that's un-American of him to do.
yeah, it's un-American.
Yes.
I think it's the most American
To be
thing.
a tyrant.
Was Jackson a tyrant?
I don't know all the details of Jackson. I'm not sure.
Was the Trail of Tears tyranny?
I think it's murder. I think it is.
Tyranny?
Tyranny doesn't include.
If presidents ignore the
Do you think
courts,
tyranny just equals murder?
if it leads to it often, but when we're talking about the
Is tyranny murder?
no,
Oh,
of course they're different things,
of course, yes.
but one needs to be done usually, right?
It often does, yeah, but
Wouldn't that be your like primary opposition? Is like it's going to lead to murder, this tyranny thing?
no, I actually think it reduces the capacity. So, like, one of the most important things to me is human agency. But
I'm not. I wasn't going.
I should try to go for headshots more.
what I care most about
More.
is agency. I think it's extremely important for people to have a capacity to choose, so that the noble thing that they do isn't just being thrust upon them, but it's actually.
Dude, there's a lot of bass
If
in my
all
mic.
you do is you force the right choices on people through law and legislation, then all that means is that goodness is a necessity of survival.
Like a lot of bass.
That's nice. You keep saying I don't think that that's good.
You keep saying that's
I'm
nice.
talking about what's American. We're talking about what's American right now.
Yes, you like to flip back and forth between.
I'm just
Oh,
trying to
you're talking
focus
about
on
what's
that.
about liberalism. Do you know what my foundations of liberalism are yet?
Yeah, you said something about ingenuity
No,
and
that's the
opposition
American.
to tyranny.
Again, that's the American ethos.
Oh, sorry, American ethos.
You need a pen.
And I'm
You
not,
can't
just tell
seem to
me,
keep
just
up.
tell me one more time what liberalism. What was it again?
I'm not going to tell you again unless you actually.
What
I've said it like 4 times.
One more time.
The foundations of liberalism, strong institutions, balance of power, protection of rights and liberties, and a welfare state.
And you admitted Christian nationalists can do all these things.
They can, but not because they're ruling from fiat.
But
Sort of the power of Christian ethics.
and what Christian nationalists are proposing that no longer be the system.
But you've already granted to me that Christian nationalists would change central parts of the American Constitution and the American ethos that I have a problem with. Like,
Yeah, hang on. It's fine for them to change the Constitution. That's part of the local system that you just outlined.
I don't think a local system is necessarily a moral system. I think it's the best.
I like the gate maps and split gate also.
And they're just using that system.
Okay, and I think.
Oh, you know what? I can do this. How the hell?
It doesn't,
That's not nice.
it
That's
doesn't
not nice.
violate anything.
Well, I would argue it violates their Christian
put it down.
ethos to do so.
Christian nationalists.
Yes.
Because Christians aren't allowed to rule from their moral.
They should not
A
be
little bit
trying to
higher.
blend church and state power and rule from a state of statesmanship. No, I don't think. I think Jesus is obviously and fundamentally
But
opposed.
they're not doing that. What they're doing is changing
There
amendments.
you
You've
go.
already granted me that that's the direction that they would go.
They're changing amendments.
Increasingly so that they can limit.
We probably have enough for another little break. We're not quite getting there. Wordsworth, the skeletons. Just saw that rat.
People's choice to be aligned with what Christians ought to do, not what secular people
They
may.
can do that. That's within the confines of what of the American ethos.
It's not within the confines.
It
of
is.
It's a violation of the American ethos,
No,
but
it
it is
isn't.
within the confines of liberalism. You're really struggling with this.
Both.
Did you write down
It's
my?
actually both.
Did you write down my
It's
values of
both.
liberalism yet?
Yeah, sure. You're saying separation of power, strong institutions, right? They would impose strong institutions. There would still be a separation of power.
Strong
You've admitted-
institutions doesn't
There's
You've
one
admitted
map I
that
want to play
Christian nationalists can
first
take control,
before
and all of
I
those institutions are
like
there. So we're
something
back
else,
to just this one
go to a
position,
different
and the
game.
one position is that it's going to violate the ethos.
Yeah, because you.
This is
No,
But it
not
doesn't
coded
violate the
in this
ethos.
of course it
also.
does.
No, it
Because
doesn't.
if
And
Christian
offline.
They outlaw abortion.
I
That
could
is
play
good for your
offline.
ethos
No,
of
No,
life.
not
No, I would
loading,
say
that's
that what it
good.
does is it imposes on non-Christians who
There's
don't
the-
even believe in
In my
ensoulment
opinion,
a
they
law of
already
Christian
be
policy.
So
Halo,
fuck them.
even
Why,
more.
why is
What do
it
you mean,
that-
fuck 'em?
Why are we supposed to make law towards the minority? We don't have to do
It's
that.
not about the minority. It's about the fact that Christians should not be imposing onto secular people Christian policy. I think not only does it just create worse states,
Okay.
as evidenced by, you know what states aren't awesome? Theocracies.
Oh, secularists though can impose that. Well, we can have pornography,
That's
and
not
we can
imposing.
have.
You don't
is-
have to.
That's the
Oh.
imposition.
It's not. Imposing means compelling, right?
It's super. I'm sorry. Is it the case that right now the town square's X? Would you say that like X is a good representation of like how a lot of people communicate?
X, probably not, but I'll grant you social media.
Yeah, it's very difficult to avoid porn, isn't it?
Sure.
Yeah. So the thing is like
You have to be on social
the
media.
idea of the imposition here is like if they go in and they outlawed it, if they outlawed pornography,
Okay.
right? So what?
Isn't it difficult to be an OnlyFans model? You have a hard time signing up with banks, all these sort of things. So you have the liberty to do these things. You have the liberty to get rid of all porn on your social media. There's needs, right? It's harder.
You can take those things away.
All I have to
That's
do
part of
is just stay
American-
back
that is part of
here.
American.
So none of that has to do with states compelling, right? A secular state isn't forcing people to look at porn.
But a secular state is
But
allowing.
look at what
doesn't
I'm
need to.
doing right now.
Yeah, they are allowed.
Yeah, and we don't need to allow a secular state to do this. It's not necessary.
Sure, you could try to collectivize and convince both Christians and non-Christians to make laws on porn,
And that would be the proposition of Christian nationalism.
and then I would go to those people and say, how effective is that at actually would
Alright,
if the
I'm
goal
gonna
of
get the
the
sniper.
nationalists and of the secular people is to have people consume porn less, right? Overall, I think it's better than you can say, how well has abolition laws worked for getting rid of a behavior?
Well, I mean, by that metric, why do we abolish murder? Why do we have a law against murder?
Because I think it's way more possible to use deterrence on murder, and I think the
It's
state is
possible to
worse.
use deterrence on everything.
Porn is going to be significantly more difficult to prove, but also on top of that, I don't think it
Consumption
leads to a better.
necessarily is going to decrease.
Well, again, states craftsman is about making what makes for like a better society to live in.
That would be a better society.
No, it would be a more moral society by your standards.
It would be empirically better too.
People having to do black trade porn, which is what would happen.
Oh, sorry.
Black
How are
market.
they being
Mhm.
forced
Mhm.
to do blackmail porn?
And then there's some,
Right.
like the enemy is
That would be the
sometimes
natural
kind
conclusion.
of
Not being forced,
bad.
they're being
Alright,
forced
guys,
to
we're back.
not do porn. That's it.
Sure, but what I'm saying is that states
Yeah,
craftsman
we're
is
just
about
walking into
like
my
anything that you cover.
line of
It's about whether or
sight.
not these obviously would lead to like a better outcome for society,
And
right?
these,
So in the case
how
of
would these
It's
policies not
really
lead to better
bad.
outcomes?
having a proliferation
really
of black market
bad.
porn is probably going to increase human trafficking, which we have actually seen. It's probably going to increase the type of like
You see it the
heinous
opposite
behavior.
way, actually. Places where prostitution is legal, you see more human trafficking. Do you know why?
Why?
Because they're prostitutes, and so what they become far easier to exploit because they're in sex work.
So
You'll find this, by the way, across the board. That's been one of the most comprehensive studies. You can find it on Rachel's Substack, in fact. And the truth is like
Science.
there's a ton. Well, it's a meta-analysis. It's not like she didn't just make it up. She
So
wasn't
that's
like,
science
oh.
related.
She wasn't like, oh.
Is it replicated
But
though?
anyway, it was replicated. But the thing is like, this is what's interesting, is every time you see that there's prostitution which is legalized, you see human trafficking go up, not down.
So my understanding of when you look at like longitudinal studies of abolition is that while there is like a decrease in consumption, right, in the case of like alcohol, there's decrease in
decrease in
consumption,
human trafficking.
but there's also an explosion over time, particularly of like money into black market things. So like while human trafficking probably acutely goes down, I wouldn't be surprised to find out that all of these groups that are engaging in black market porn are getting more money and can engage in more drug black markets, can engage in human trafficking.
You could just make that case for anything you banned.
No, this would be a long. Yes.
Like, oh.
Yes, I'm making that for.
Yeah, you just make the case for ban murder. Well, I mean, that just increases the chances that people are going to utilize the
Still
black
using
market to
staying
hire
on the
hitmen.
end
No,
of
I mean,
that.
Yeah, I'm sure it would.
Wait, no, but the issue is why we ban murder is that almost all murder isn't because people are hiring hitmen. It's usually done in an explosion of anger or the person planning it out, right? And so if you don't have murder be banned, then all of the people who just explode out and kill somebody, second degree murder, what do you do with them? What do you do with them?
Well, I mean, obviously,
I got the sniper.
Well, but in the system that you just suggested, where murder's not bad, and that if we
Oh,
legalize it,
well.
then more murders would happen.
yes, of course, more murders would happen if you legalize murder.
Yeah, obviously.
Obviously.
Okay.
Just like more porn will happen if you legalize porn.
Yeah, but the issues. I agree. Wait, I've granted that from the beginning.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't understand the outcomes of banning porn. Why were the outcomes in like 1930 where porn was bad worse?
Mostly because I think it made people engage in black market, and I think that it led to
There was not
people-
very much black market porn in 1930.
There probably just was. Remember, like this whole like pinup
It
girl
definitely
postcard
just
thing.
wasn't.
There just wasn't that much porn in 1930. I'm sure that that's not true.
Well, it is true.
Isn't porn like one of the oldest institutions of trade? So we just got rid of it. We
I
abolished
said
it.
we got rid of it.
Oh.
I said there wasn't very much of it.
I-
Especially in comparison to now. Don't you think that right now with prostitution legalized, OnlyFans legalized, we have more porn we've ever had in this country?
Yeah, I would grant that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but the issue is that, like, for
It's like the
example,
most ridiculous thing ever. Christian nationalists get rid of it. There's nothing un-American about that. Most of our history, porn was outlawed.
sure,
Most of it.
sure, I don't think it was porn in America.
Completely, it's completely within the confines of Americana to do that. It's completely within the confines of Americana to ban homosexuality. Again, another thing which was banned for most of American history. Banned transgenderism.
Why was it banned?
For most
Why
of
was it
American
banned?
history.
Why was it banned?
Mostly due to religiosity.
Yeah, and I think that was bad. I think it was
Well,
wrong.
that's fine, but it makes my point. You say, wait a second, religiosity. The founders didn't want that. We can't allow the states to do any of this type of
The founders
blending.
wanted a separation of church and state. This is self-evident, and it is unchristian.
At the federal level only.
Okay.
Federal level.
If you want to cling to that one, you totally can.
Because it's true.
It's absurd, but
You
sure.
know, I mean, the position that
Founding
they
fathers definitely wanted Christian nationalism and the blending of church and state, but they wrote it out in the Constitution because they knew states would do it instead. Yippee yippee.
that was the literal compromise they made with them.
Not because they wanted states to have state-level religions.
Then
but
why didn't they ban it in the compromise? Why didn't the founders say, states, you can't have any religion?
because they knew that the states wouldn't join, and as you said, it was a very
That's
perilous
right.
time.
It was a compromise.
You're right, but that doesn't mean that federal leaders actually wanted church and state to be blended. And if they did,
It wouldn't matter if they did.
they could have written it into the Constitution. In fact, probably the states that are joining would have liked that if they found some way to compromise and bring religiosity in
They
church
tried.
and state
The
together.
Anabaptists were like drowning kids. What are you talking? What were they going to find that was going to unify them under that? What?
I'm sure they could find something.
They're going to find so because Erudite says so.
No, because-
they did. What they said was, you can do what you want with your
Again,
states,
because they wanted-
and we were not going to impose a federal religion on you.
Correct, because
That's
they
it.
because they wanted a separation of church and state at the federal level. Yeah, federal level.
But I've
America,
never
America.
denied at the federal level. This has been
You've
my position
insisted,
the whole time.
yeah, you've insisted that because it was happening at the state level, it actually suggests that maybe the federal leaders did want church and state to be blended. They just couldn't write it in because compromise stuffs.
The states wanted it, and the states are part of the system.
Correct. But the federal leaders didn't.
The feds don't usurp the states.
Sure, that's fine. But you think that if they wanted
The foundation
religion,
was not just about 39 guys signing a fucking document. The foundation was a contribution of tens of thousands of people.
yes, of course.
And by the
And
way,
yet all of these Christian
governors
people
inside of
couldn't
states,
find a way to impose church and state together at federal
they
level.
did. They did
federal
find a way to do it.
No, they didn't.
They didn't want them to at the federal level.
Why not?
They didn't want the federal government to be like, Maryland, you gotta be a Catholic. You gotta be a Catholic state. They didn't want that
They
shit.
could have imposed it in some other way. They could have written way more like godness into things. They could have written, for example, that the
They
federal
did
Yeah,
write
that was
godness. They
not
wrote
the-
godness into the Declaration of Independence.
First of all, they wrote creator. None of the TJ references in any way can be like cited to like godness in a Christian way.
What's a creator?
And
Rock?
a creator?
They think a rock was not God?
How many religions have a creator deity?
And are those creators God?
Why did TJ say
Are those creators God?
I don't think so. But why did TJ? Hold on. Why didn't TJ just say Christ? No
What,
answer.
God?
Christ.
No, they said God because there was some...
They didn't say God. They said creator.
Because some of these states, again,
Some of the Christians wouldn't have agreed with Christ. Come the
they
fuck on.
rejected the idea of the Trinity, yes.
Christ.
The idea of the Trinity.
I didn't say the Trinity. I said Christ. You think that if TJ had written in Christ, that some Christians would have been like, "How dare he?"
It's possible.
No, come on.
But not only that, let's just point this out.
So TJ, you can grant me. You'll concede.
using-
TJ definitely explicitly did not write the Christian God into his declaration.
Using the non-offensive position in order to make sure that they would compromise, right? When they say creator, they definitely mean a god.
The Declaration of Independence has nothing to do with compromise.
No. But when they use the language in the Declaration of
It's always
Independence for
fun to
creator,
jump slide.
what do you think they're referencing?
I think TJ is explicitly not referencing Christ because
What
he didn't want
is he referencing?
He is referencing a general conception of creator.
Which is what?
To Christians, it would be Christ, but he didn't say Christ. Now, did he?
Okay, but what would the creator
To Hindus, it would be like,
Would the creator be God?
yeah, he thinks
Yeah,
it's God.
but what the creator here meant God.
Why would you assume that?
Because what else is the creator?
Why wouldn't they just say Christ if they meant the Christian God?
Well, again, you're splitting hairs here.
I'm not splitting hairs. It's kind of important.
Yeah, the idea here is simple.
He just couldn't think of it. He said, oh, what's that word for the creator that Christians like? Oh, I can't remember. I'll just throw creator in there.
Pull up the Declaration of Independence and read it.
Sure.
We find these truths to be self-evident,
Yeah.
that all men are endowed by who?
Creator.
Their creator.
Yeah.
Are you saying it doesn't say God anywhere?
I didn't say anyone. I said that says creator. I think it's it might say. I'd have to look through.
Oh, it does? It does say God?
I don't know. I have to look.
What do you think they're referencing by creator?
I think if they wanted to reference
How would
Christ, they
humans
would
be
have said it.
endowed by a creator who wasn't their God?
Well, I think you can probably understand. Why didn't TJ say Christ?
Okay, so what? Answer my question, then I'll answer
Answer my
yours.
question.
Answer mine. I asked you first.
The creator could refer to any creative being.
How do you endow people as a creator if you're not creating the people?
But this is what most creation stories think, that the creator is endowing the world.
And the creator is usually referencing what?
For Christians, they would mean Christ. Now, why
It
doesn't
would also mean God.
so why doesn't TJ,
That's a
why
triune.
doesn't TJ say
Because of
Christ?
probably the triune concept, yeah.
Because
That would be
Christians
most
would have had an
likely.
issue with
But I
the
actually
word
do
Christ.
think that there's a reference to God. And I do
we
think
can
that
look.
there's often references to Jesus Christ as well, not in those documents though. Now, the other thing that's interesting here is that you still haven't answered to this, why it is that at the federal level,
You still haven't answered my
right?
question.
What's the question?
I said, why didn't TJ use the word Christ?
I just told you. I
and
literally
so then my
did
follow-up
answer
was, so he said,
because
so
of
I
the
said,
triune nature,
so the
yes.
Christians, any form of Christian can Protestantism, I think is the word you're using, they would be opposed to the word Christ.
Yeah, probably deist and others would be.
Come on.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Deists are Christian.
Deists reject the divinity of Christ.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's
Alright,
using creator because he doesn't want to use the word Christ.
Yeah.
Okay. But
Literally.
TJ meant Christ. The known.
Say it in Christ.
You're
Now
basically-
they're taking
Yeah,
off.
you are. You're saying the implication of
This
this
is part of using non-offensive language, which then led to compromise using non-offensive language. The compromise was that the states could have their own religion, couldn't they? That's
So
the point.
We're jumping.
The feds are just not allowed to tell the states what religion they can have.
I feel
That's
like
I've jumped
if
into
any
the
of the
same.
feds really wanted to write Christ into the Constitution, they did a really shit job.
They're not writing it into the Constitution.
They probably should if they wanted it to be
Okay.
a Christian nation. Probably should.
Was it pan-Protestant at the time? Can we agree on that? Okay. So when they're making this compromise with the states, did the states want their states to be Protestant?
No, but they wanted to be Christian. Protestant.
They didn't want their various states to be some form of Protestantism usually.
It would depend on like, the people collecting that state.
I happen to know, I think that
They're
is
Protestant.
Most of the states.
What, Protestant?
They were Protestant.
It's funny because we argued with you on that one before. Yeah, I'd rather most of them were Protestant.
No, I didn't argue with you on that.
You did. I said most of the states would have been Protestant, right? You said no. It would
Okay.
have been all of it.
No, that's not how that conversation went
Okay,
either.
it's fine. If you're granting
But
me it
here's
now,
the thing, it's funny.
I'll take it.
like,
I'll take it.
Yes, it was pan-Protestantism.
But most of it was Protestantism, right?
Yes, pan-Protestantism, correct. And they disagreed about all sorts of things. The divinity of Christ,
Hmm.
they disagreed about the theology of baptism, they
They didn't
disagreed
disagree that
about the
Christ existed.
theology, about all sorts of different
They didn't
things.
agree that they didn't disagree that Christ existed.
Yes, but the divinity matters. And so the thing is that's interesting here is like when we're talking about each of these individual states, each one of them was allowed to have a religion, and that was part of the compromise. The entirety of the First Amendment is just saying that the federal government can't establish a religion because those states didn't want them to impose that religion on them. Not that the states
Okay.
could not have religions. That was
Right.
never the intention.
You're right. They didn't want the federal
Was there
government.
something like about Spygate?
It's
Is
almost
that
like a founding piece of the American
Is
ethos
that you
is
can-
not forcing religion,
you can
and not
join
forcing
if
beliefs onto
you
people.
got disconnected?
I
You can
agree.
rejoin
Yeah,
the
that is
same
Unless you're in the
way.
States, which is part of the
I've been
American
doing it
ethos.
before.
Oh, so now we can impose.
They did.
Cool.
Like what?
Oh my God! You had to make declarations that you believed in God in order to vote in many of these
Not
states.
federally.
I didn't. What states?
I'm talking about America. You were talking
America is a
You
collection
said
of
America.
states.
America. I don't know.
I said the word state 4 times.
Yeah, so
State.
You were talking about how
The
the federal
states.
government did not impose on the states a religion.
Yes.
And then I
states.
so I responded.
Yes,
and I
states.
said, you're right. It's almost as though the founding fathers did not want to impose a religion on the people.
And then my response to you was, of course,
But the
that's been
states-
established.
But
The states did, yes.
But the states did.
The states did.
Yeah, we're talking about America. The American ethos specifically.
The states are part of the American ethos.
Sure, but I don't think that like Maryland deciding that they want to be, let's say, Protestant. I don't know what they've done.
No, it's Maryland's ability to do that. That's part of the American ethos.
Sure. And then they got rid of it, all of them.
No.
The
they
American
didn't.
ethos.
It's not they got
The
rid of
American
it.
ethos
It's
from
the
the founding
Let's
fathers
stay up here.
was
It's
we
the
don't
14th
impose religion on
Amendment
people.
at the federal
We let the
level.
states choose.
No,
We don't impose religion on people. True, base. Thanks, Andrew.
Oh, except we did.
Where did we?
At the state level, it was
I was
imposed
saying
all over the
federal.
place.
I'm talking about federal.
Why didn't the federal government go in there and stop those
Yeah,
fucking
let's
states from
go.
imposing their religious values?
Because
Jump,
they,
slide, jump,
well, they didn't want to.
slide, jump,
Exactly.
slide.
Exactly. They couldn't. They couldn't. They were not allowed to.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost as though the American founding fathers agreed that we should not impose religion on people, which I would say Christian nationalism
Except-
wants to
Except they
violate.
didn't agree with that. They compromised for it.
Oh, so they did want it, they just couldn't do it in the federal thing, so they
That was the
utilized it.
compromise, yes.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. You're saying actually, the founding fathers did want the imposition of religion on America. They just couldn't do it at the time, so they wrote it in this backhanded way to let the state do it. But the actual intention of the founding
It
fathers
wasn't
was
written in a
to
backhanded
write
way.
in religion
It was
into the
written into
Constitution.
the 10th Amendment. That's not a backhanded way. It's an upfront way. It's very
Almost
upfront.
like if they wanted religion to be imposed on the nation, they would have done so.
They didn't want a national religion imposed on the nation.
You're right, they didn't. They wanted separation of church and state at the national level, which is central to the
We've
American
agreed
ethos.
with that 500 times.
True, but
That's
then you
not
keep on
even-
trying to fight me and being like, well, Maryland kept it for a while, so that's actually also the American ethos. It's like, no,
It
it's
is.
not.
Yes, it is.
No, actually, they updated to agree with it. In fact, every
didn't
single
update.
state. Yes, every single state no longer has a religious test.
Because the
correct?
14th Amendment,
Does
that's not the states doing that. That was the federal thing.
most of the states updated and got rid of their religious test long before the 14th
Oh,
Amendment.
yeah? When do you think the last one ended?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
When do you think it comes out?
The 60s? I think the last one was in the 60s where you didn't have to say, you know, like, declare that you worship God in order to, swear an oath or something like that. I think it was the 60s.
Sure, but the last one happening in the 60s doesn't mean that most of the
Whoever
states have
gets the
updated
middle
before.
one wins,
Some of them,
basically.
Sure.
Yeah, some of it.
Yeah, that's all
But
I'm claiming.
the truth is,
You're trying
it's
to fight
like,
me on that, but that's what
yeah,
I'm claiming.
most of that was because of the 14th Amendment.
Do you think most of the states got rid of the religious clause when the 14th Amendment came out? Or do you think most states had already adopted the federal landscape, and then some places had
No,
it
what was going on was that a lot of the states wanted to return, actually, to the idea of having state religion.
A lot
and
of
this
them?
was challenged in courts, and so what happened is, yes, this was a national conversation.
court, and then
it was challenged in court. They said, well, based on the 14th Amendment, which is about fucking citizenship, states can't do that anymore because of the fucking uniformity clause or whatever it is. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
So the federal government of America, in line with the federal government initially, doesn't want to impose religion, and then when it became a big question of whether or not states could continue to do so, the same American government over time also agreed that it was un-American to do so.
Cool. Well, then they
Thank
agree
you.
it's un-American
Well, they definitely felt that it was a violation of the Constitution.
based on the 14th Amendment. That doesn't make it un-American.
Sure.
What would be un-American about
Alright,
repealing
let's
that?
go.
Nothing. Nothing.
I'd say
Nothing would be un-American
Yeah,
about
I think the
repealing
federal government initially and throughout all of America's history has moved in a direction of separation of church and state. They think it's very important
At
to
the
not.
federal level, that's true.
Yeah, America. We are talking about America. remember?
America's not just the federal government.
I didn't say it just is, but when we're talking about the emergent principle of America, we should probably think about what the.
We are thinking about it.
Yeah,
We're
but
thinking about the federal and we're thinking about the states.
I know the federal government said that they can't impose religion, but states said they could. So actually, the American ethos is imposing religion.
I know that the states could definitely impose all of their
Come on,
religious
I'm cuter
values
than that when I
on
do it.
everybody, but the feds, all that matters is what the feds want.
I feel like when I do
All
it,
that matters,
it's a little cuter.
all that matters is what the feds want, man. Because the states don't even matter, bro. Even though that was who the compromise was with. Like, what are you talking about?
The whitey. Yeah, it's almost like since it was founded by Christians, and these same Christians separated church and state. So it's almost like the Christians even then agreed with me that it would be un-Christian to impose a religion at a federal level on the people. It's
Thing
almost
which
like
was
they.
never in question.
It is. You're just trying to be like, but the states, but Maryland kept it for a while, man.
That was
Okay,
a good shot.
Maryland's not America. Yeah, you're right.
Okay,
Some
you're right.
states.
Maryland's not America. You got
True.
it.
But
What
10
was I
states
thinking?
aren't America. America is a collected, unified group under the Constitution, particularly the federal Constitution.
A unified group of what? States? States?
Sure, as well states, but like the people of the states, yeah.
When we're talking about rights and separations of power, do you think that state separation and federal separation matter?
Yeah.
I do too.
Cool. That doesn't mean that we were founded on a Christian nation, that Christian nationalism is what the American ethos is, or that it should be.
Well, what was in question is whether or not un-American to change the Constitution because Christian nationalists want
Not
to. You can held a case for that at all.
No, it was not about whether it was un-American to change the Constitution.
That's literally the
I think
prompt.
that
The
kills
prompt is if
compared
it's
to other
un-American to have
people.
Christian nationalism, your only argument was, I think that if they went in and restricted
sorry,
things that I
goodbye.
don't like, that's un-American because no reason.
No,
Their reasoning was like, because life, liberty, and some nebulous pursuit of happiness. And even if I grant that Christian nationalists can get in there and they can do things like go after liberty, that's fine because I'm not a liberty maximist. But they can preserve
Well,
life.
some-
That's fine. I'm not a
hold on.
life maximist.
Hold on, no.
It's
Some-
like you just equivocate on everything.
I'm not. How is any of that
Because you
equivocal?
utilize when I say wait a second, when you say
Okay.
liberty, if you go against liberty, that's going against some kind of American ethos. I say, okay, that's fair. Then I give you an example of when we would go after liberty and it would be fine. You're like, that's fine because I'm not a liberty maximalist.
How is that equivocating?
Because you're using the word liberty here in two different ways. You're saying, well, liberty in this
No,
case.
I'm using it the same in both
Okay,
ways.
so where's the threshold for maximalism for liberty?
I'm not sure exactly where it is,
know.
but there is a threshold.
I gotta take a leak.
Like,
There's
who's all
threshold
the
somewhere.
maps?
Of course, yeah. Wait, there's a threshold for most things, but not knowing the precise point of Loki's wager where it falls isn't like incoherent or inconsistent. Well, if we work as a collective to find where that line is, it would tell us something meaningful, right?
We got some chats here. I think
Was
there's
a
one
game
actually
mode.
specifically for you, Kyla, that I'm gonna have
It was like 30 players versus 30 or
in
something.
return, so you can
Or maybe it was 20 verse 20.
I'll go ahead. Can you roll it to
Davis
90?
donated $100. Kyla, are you a Christian? What denomination? Are you pro-choice or pro-life? Would you get an abortion under any circumstance? If so, what? Are you fine with gay marriage? Can women be clergy?
So what denomination? If you want.
Yeah, so I can answer these. What these are basically like Christian litmus tests to basically like see how pure I am. Because
It's like you
Christians
can
love to
get
be
like
snowflakes and
24
punch their bros as much as
players.
anyone else. Do you want to throw them back on screen so I make sure I respond to them?
Yeah, I will pull it back up right now.
So am I Christian? Yes. Which denomination? I'm broadly Protestant, but I appeal to a form of theology called radical orthodoxy. So it's not really like a denomination, but Protestant generally is fine. Are you pro-life or pro-choice? Me personally, I'm pro-life as maximal as possible, but at a policy level, I think decriminalization leads to the most good outcomes, and I think God, as a virtue ethics, wants the most good outcomes maximum, which is possible. Would I get an abortion under any circumstances? I have no idea. I'm probably not, but I'm not sure. I haven't had to confront that in a serious way. If so, what? I'm not sure. Possibly, but probably not. I'm pretty conservative when it comes to like doing sin, so probably not. Are you fine with gay marriage? Legally, yes. Can women be clergy? I haven't actually theologically looked at that one. I just don't really care, to be honest. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Those are some TTSs. Or we have a few more, but I'll wait until Andrew's back. If you guys do want to
You know
get
what?
a
Let's
TTS
try.
in, that's streamlabs.com/whatever. We've lowered the TTS. It was previously 200, now it's 100. Nuts. If you guys want to get one in, yeah, they're getting a good deal. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video. What are we at on the likes? Does anybody know in the chat what are we on?
Team
Nathan, can you
Deathmatch.
check what we're on the likes? Maybe we can hit a threshold here before Andrew returns.
How many likes do you want?
3,700.
Team
Guys,
Shoddy
there's
Snipers.
11,000 people watching. Andrew's going to return in just a moment. Let's get to 4,000.
We can do it.
We need 300 likes. 300 likes if you guys can get us to 4,000 likes.
Regardless who you like here, right? Brian was kind enough to host this debate and bring you guys content. Give him
Yeah,
a
this
like.
one
And
would be
instead of
24
properly
players
moderating
on
the
this
debate, I
map,
spent most of
even
the
though
bulk
it's
of it
not
cleaning up the
Cleaning
table.
after women.
Cleaning up the table. Andrew spilled too, by the way. He
I'm
had
just
not as
doing
big
it
of a spill.
because
Mine was pretty bad.
It was pretty bad.
I'm very sorry
So
about
this
that.
Bad spill.
one,
Is this
this
okay?
one.
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay, we rescued it.
Yeah, it's all good. So guys, like the video. Like the video for the spill. Like the video. I'm over here carpet cleaning.
Feminist Brian Atlas cleaning up after women.
Whoa, that,
It was good of you to
flip
not
and
make me
ship
to do it.
Flip and ship Well, hey, you know, you guys are in the middle of the debate, so I figure I'm just, I'll do the cleaning, you know.
Yeah, okay,
Very
he's trying to make himself not seem that nice, but he was reminding me of things. He was helping out. You were being very
There's
gentle.
a crowd
Well,
over
I try to
there.
be fair to both participants
Yeah.
in the debate. I think
Egalitarian,
that's
like
fair.
feminist like.
Alright,
Nathan, can you
let's
pull
try
up
to
Twitch
end
for
the
us,
game.
guys? If you're watching over there on Twitch, we have, I think, about 1,000 viewers over there on Twitch. If you
End
can
match.
pull up, Nathan, the Twitch on Windows, perfect. Guys, 1,300 over there on
I
Twitch.
wonder if there
If
was
you
a
have time
time
to
for like
available,
play
I'm a
like people in there.
starving, broke college student artist. If you guys can just, you know, if you have Amazon Prime, link it to your Prime, Twitch.
Yeah,
It's
I
quick
think I
for you
set
to
it
support
up
the show. Just come on.
correctly.
If you said you guys could support the show, very much appreciate it. Also, drop us a follow if you guys would like to see more debates. Appreciate it, guys. Like the video again. Get us to over 4,000. I'm going to read this super chat here. Texas Red, thank you very much for the super chat. Very kind of you. This is getting annoying. SCOTUS gets to determine what the Constitution says based on the power grab of Marbury v. Madison power grab. No state agreed to the loss of their ability to determine a state religion. The 14th says that entirely from the bench of SCOTUS.
Totally un-American, by the way.
Okay.
Texas Red, thank you for the super chat. Did you want to respond further, or was that kind of...
Yeah, he's right. It's totally un-American. The whole idea here, we're asking about whether or not Christian nationalism is American or not. She's appealing to ideals which are not even, like, for instance, I don't even think the word secularism existed at that time.
True.
Okay? Like, you're appealing to ideals in the present tense and form that
When
are
did I
silly.
say secular? Is like an ideal of America.
Yeah, the ideal of America, when you're talking about pursuit of happiness, how it's ingenuity, it's all about science, it's about these things. It's like
Is this
it was
secular?
also about states' rights.
Okay.
States' rights was fundamentally an American core value. The idea that Christian nationalists would give it back to the states, give gay marriage back to the states, give abortion back to the states, that is fundamental to that ideal, and it's very, very much an American ideal.
Right, but there's obviously going to be times where federal policy like imposes over top of states.
Not if Christian nationalists are in power, then they can change
They would-
federal policy.
Wait, so if Christian nationalists are in power and they want to cede power, but they accept California allowing the transing of kids and for gay marriage and for all of the liberal porn, the liberal degeneracy, Christian nationalists would go,
If it's the case,
That's okay.
if it's the case that inside of a democracy, Christian nationalists
Let's
are elected to these high
try-
offices and can pass legislation which then stops California from doing that, you could not have a single objection to that.
sure I could. I would say probably those Californians don't want that, and that would be a pretty major violation of
Californians
state
don't want
rights.
it. But under the current framework, you're calling it un-American if we don't adhere to the 14th Amendment and the SCOTUS ruling of the 14th
That's probably
Amendment. It's
good.
fundamentally un-American because the founders didn't want states to have religions
I
or
know,
some
I
shit.
said that what's un-American is imposing federal religions onto others. Imposing
Powerful
religion,
players
gender
on
That was
onto
never
others.
in
program
question whether or not the
destruction.
feds were supposed to impose a
Program
religion.
destruction
Question
is
is,
based on the
is American
underpinning
ethos to
that
impose
facing
religion on
world.
others? No.
No, that's not true.
It is the American
So
ethos
there
to
you
impose
you
religion.
equivocate again between you say the
Nice.
federal government's not allowed to impose religion. I say, yeah, that's true. And you say, well, so then America's not supposed to impose religion. No, that doesn't follow. One thing doesn't follow from the other. America's not just the federal government. America's not just federal amendments. America's not just this. America's also states, states' rights, what the states want, what states are. Okay, by the way, the most key American thing, the states used to be the ones who sent up Congress. You didn't get to vote on that shit. The states were the ones who did that. That was the most American system. So I don't know what you're even talking about with this. You never demonstrate how it's un-American for Christian nationalists to use the system of liberalism in order to change it around for Christianity. Because, the feds are supposed to impose religion. Christian nationalists aren't proposing one single unified Christianity. They're saying that the states should be able to impose Christianity if they fucking
This is how
want.
you
Would you
get
argue
better
that if Christian
practice.
nationalists had power, they would probably prefer a federal religion. They would probably prefer federal policies on abortion and on gay marriage.
The
They would impose
system-
these things at a federal level.
And the system is set up for them to do that.
That doesn't make it good.
That doesn't make it bad.
For Christians, it makes it bad.
No, it doesn't make it bad for
Yeah,
Christians
Christians
because you
should not-
say so based on this trilemma of your assumption of God. That doesn't make it bad. Nothing's bad.
I know that different term really stressed you.
Oh,
I would
God,
say that
dude.
it's unchristian. Yeah, I think it's heretical, right? Jesus,
Well, I think that
the typological argument is the embodiment of Christ himself rejecting kingship, right? John
Even
6,
though Christ-
after feeding the 5,000, he perceived they were going to crown him king, so he withdrew to the mountains. But we see Christ, Jesus, regularly rejecting political office, regularly rejecting political power,
He did,
because
yeah.
he said,
Alright.
my kingdom is not here on earth. It's not a state. It's a heart condition. It is a kingdom of heaven.
But you also said on the other side of your mouth that the reason that God anointed kings and Jesus Christ is God is because we just weren't ready for liberal values yet.
Yeah, in the same way that I don't think that we
Yeah, where
well,
does
not
it say
liberal
that in the
hold on,
Bible?
not liberal values, God's values.
Yeah, where does it say that anywhere in the Bible? That the reason that God anointed kings, he only did that because, well, we didn't have a better system yet.
Why? So why?
No, answer my question. Don't ask me one. Where in the Bible can I find anywhere in the New Testament? I don't care if it's Matthew. I don't care if it's Mark. I don't care if it's Luke. I don't care if it's John. I don't care who you want to reference.
Yeah.
Show me anywhere in the New Testament where it says that God stopped anointing kings because we just weren't ready yet for democracy.
I'm not throwing memory verses at you like I'm some scholar kid. When we actually engage in theology, right? We look at chapters. We look at type of.
Can you answer my question?
Yeah, I said I'm not throwing memory verses
So
at you. Like it's
so
hard.
there's nowhere in the Bible
I
that
would,
says
yeah,
that?
no, I would say that there was a strong theological, typological argument. Would you reject typological arguments as a sound form of theology? Oh, okay,
I'm just
cool.
saying that here, when we're talking about typology,
I didn't say that there's a specific verse that says Jesus went and he said, "You guys, democracy is actually the best thing."
but
I
you're
never
going to
said
cite a verse where he decides he's not going to be king as proof that he doesn't want any more kings.
that. As evidence that,
Okay.
like in my typological argument, which looks at the
I'm gonna
transition
wanna
over time of
find-
Let's look at the
increasing.
transition over time.
Sure,
Other
yeah.
people
So
can
in the
tell I
case
have
of
a lot of fun
Moses,
with
we
it.
have like
I
extreme
almost
statecraft
went to 4
and
hours.
Christian law. The judges,
King
right? We have
David.
tribes.
Let's
King
talk
David's
about King
later.
David. Yeah, also King David. Let's
Yeah,
talk
was
about
anointed by the
Game
prophets,
starts.
right? So now we have one step of
Let's
step of separation
see.
between the king and God. So in
Let's
the case of
see if,
judges, they were both kind of acting as statesmen and as like spiritual leaders-ish.
Yes.
Whereas by the time we get to David, we have Samuel anointing the king. But Samuel's actually the prophet. He's the word of God. And the kings are supposed to honor that. Then by the time we get to the priests, now there's no statecraft at all. The priests are existing under Roman occupation. And then we get to Jesus, the final typological fulfillment of this. And it is a complete and utter rejection on Christ's part of politics. That's what we see over time.
Then how come the apostles engage in politics, including Paul?
Hello, guys. We're back.
I don't. When did Paul ever say that we should like usurp? Didn't he say render unto Caesar what is
Paul
Caesar's?
literally went to Corinth in order to battle for the position of authority because the super apostles came in and usurped his position.
Not for state.
Yes, that was part of statecraft in Corinth. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. You're incorrect here.
No, was Corinth run by Romans or by the Christians?
Well, that's not relevant.
It's kind of important to statecraft under the Roman
Yeah,
Empire.
but do you realize that inside of many of these Roman places, while they were under Roman occupation, there's still a lot of government within the cities, as long as it didn't violate Roman rules.
As long as it didn't violate
Sure,
Roman
but that
rules.
doesn't mean that they couldn't impose, and they did all the time, their own cultural, spiritual,
Cultural
various
and
things like
spiritual.
this.
Yeah, they didn't engage in statecraft.
That is statecraft.
No. So a pope, no.
Could you pass laws inside of Corinth as a spiritual leader? Because the answer is yes, you could. So if that's the case, as long as it didn't violate Roman law, you could do that. How is that village with your typography or your typographic, whatever it is? How? Show
Because
me.
at no point is Paul going there and saying that we should impose Christian laws and all these things. He's saying this is what good Christians should do. This is how we should must and ought to conduct ourselves. When he's
Then why is
asked
he
about
removing these
statesmen,
people?
what?
Why is he removing the super apostle? Why is he there to remove the super apostle?
Probably because he found them unbiblical, not because he thought they were bad statesmen.
He said both.
He said,
He said the
where's the verse?
informing.
Where's the verse? Give me a verse.
Yeah, let's go into Timothy. First of all, let's go into Timothy, and we can go to Ephesus. What was going on in Ephesus, especially when it came to the ideas of the cult of Artemis. This was purely political. The fact of the matter was,
Worshipping the cult of Artemis is only political.
it was economic. It was economic
It
and
had
political.
no bearing on your spiritual condition if you were engaging with
It was both. It was both.
What do you think actually mattered with Paul?
No, both did, and I'll tell you why.
He constantly talks
What
about
was going on with the cult of Artemis, the reason they were so fucking pissed off is because the entire economic model of Ephesus revolved around the fact that they were making these silver statues. Okay? This was a political battle, and it was a spiritual battle. It was both at the same time.
So did they say that nobody can now make these silver statues, or did they say that Christians should not engage in that, not make it,
Yeah,
not buy it?
Christians were trying to remove that as an economic form for the cult of Artemis.
And did Paul go there and say we should get rid of it as an economic form? And didn't say
Timothy, just that.
no, he said don't engage with it.
No. Yeah, you need to read the letter to Timothy because you're incorrect. Okay. The truth is that the reason, and I understand why you came up with this idea. The anointing of kings happened. God put kings in place, but it was just because they weren't ready for another system that didn't have kings. Does that mean right this second, anywhere that there's a king, that king's sinning?
No, it depends on what the king is.
Like in your country, is it sinful to be a king in your country?
No, because the kings are exclusively performative. Like they have no actual monarchic power. The king can, for example, tell Canada that they must impose Christian laws.
But let's just say that you had like a king, I don't know, in Zimbabwe, and this king,
Is he Christian?
yeah, he's a Christian. Zimbabwe's like hell on earth, okay, let's say. And this king gets into authority, he imposes all these Christian values, and it brings in all sorts of economic prosperity, people are very happy.
That
Is
would
he
be a
sinning?
great outcome.
Is he
He
sinning?
might be. Yeah, does he know that it's wrong for him to impose Christian statecraft?
I don't think it is wrong.
It depends on what he's imposing. What is he imposing?
He's imposing that you can't murder, no homosexuality, no prostitution. He's imposing no drugs. He's saying all sorts of things like this.
Yeah.
He's imposing Christian ethics.
Yeah, so I would have an issue with a number of the Christian ethics that is only conducted around sin and not in the truth about state.
But you can't demonstrate that he's actually
Completely
sinning.
missed that.
What do you mean you can't demonstrate?
Show me how this Christian king is doing anything which is incorrect correct biblically by being a Christian king.
Yeah, so if he imposed on his people, for example, something that they can't do because he thinks it's a sin, not because he thinks it's used for like overt statecraft, I would think that that would be wrong.
Show me the sin.
He was
Show me the wrong.
robbing people of agency.
You're not robbing them of agency by having freedom of law based on Christian ethics. You still have agency.
If you're forcing it exclusively because it's sin, right? So if there are secular people in Zimbabwe that are gay,
Yeah.
and you force them to not be allowed to engage in it, and there's let's say there's
How is that
Okay.
sin?
throwing people in jail who are non-Christians would be wrong to do. Yeah.
Why?
What depends on what you mean by sin, right? Like when I talk about sin,
If the king of Zimbabwe says homosexuality is not to be engaged in anymore and you can't get married, how is he sinning?
because he's imposing on non-Christians something about sin.
So?
So I think the issue would be that that's inherently anti-Christian.
No, it's not. You can make impositions.
Where does Jesus impose himself on
He
non-Christians?
doesn't have to. Jesus wasn't here specifically to give us the message of how to rule.
Should you be more
He was
like
here to give
Jesus
us
or
the,
Paul?
he was giving us the ethical framework for how we were supposed to live our lives. And if it's the
Okay.
case,
Shouldn't we live our lives
Yeah,
politically
if
then? If Jesus
it's
wanted us
both.
to live our so why did he reject it?
reject what?
Politics.
Because that wasn't what Jesus was here to do.
So we shouldn't act like Jesus. So Jesus wasn't here to
We
do
are
that.
acting like Jesus.
So theoretically, though, if it was actually more Christian to impose
Sorry about
Christian
that,
policy,
guys.
shouldn't have Jesus
Interruption.
established the kingdom of Judea and Samaria? Shouldn't he have done that? United the
Established-
southern
Okay.
kingdoms? Shouldn't he have thrown off the
He
Romans?
established the brand new kingdom, which is Christianity,
Which is where?
which is the body of peoples that are Christians, yes.
Where is it? Like what state is it?
State what?
What state did Jesus make?
No, he didn't make a state.
Oh, you're right. He didn't.
That was not what his purpose was.
So should we be more like Jesus or like Paul?
We're still like Jesus, even if you're a king who opposes Christian ethics. How are you not like Jesus?
Because if you impose on other people,
Should we all get crucified at 33 to be like Jesus?
does Jesus think that we should all get crucified?
You tell me. It's your
That's my
critique.
answer.
That's not an answer. That's a question. Should every Christian get crucified at 33 because Jesus did? Why?
Because Jesus didn't say that his crucifixion was
He
him.
didn't say that kings couldn't be Christians
Say
and
that it's
oppose Christian
sin. Did he
ethics.
say it's sin to not get crucified?
Did he say it was sin to be a
Hey,
king and oppose
kiddos,
Christian ethics?
3
Show
is
me where.
coming
Certainly
out.
seemed to reject it outright.
He certainly didn't. Show me where.
Well, I just
Sure,
got
we'll go back to
announced,
John
but
6. After feeding the 5,000, he perceived they were going to crown him
cool.
king, so he withdrew to the mountains.
I was gonna do
Matthew,
one for
render
Dick too,
unto
but I
Caesar
just
what
want
is
to.
Caesar's.
I want to
Right?
kind of
Matthew 4.
Does that say Caesar?
like a big teaser
Satan
like
offers
Zoom
Jesus
2.
political dominion
I
over the
want to
earth
play
and he
Skyrim.
refuses.
Because
And I'm gonna quit
Because
probably
he
because,
is not here to do
dude,
political
I'm
bullshit.
tired.
The reason that happened was because Satan came to him and he said to him, I'll give you
This
everything.
thing combined
If you'll
with the
worship,
other
you have
ones.
So
the other
he
ones.
so he rejects it, not because he's saying you can't be a Christian and rule. He rejects it because he, God, is not going to bow at the feet of Satan for material
Sure.
shit.
So then why did he reject
So why would
the
you bring that up
5,000?
as an example? That doesn't even make sense.
I brought it up in examining a litany of other things of Jesus regularly rejecting political power.
Yeah, he wasn't. His mission was not to come here to be a politician. But that doesn't mean that he rejects
Why
that
not?
politicians can use Christian ethics.
Well, a lot of Jews seem to believe that the Messiah's role was specifically to be
Are you a Jew?
No, but
Then I don't care.
okay, so Jesus rejects the political position, and we should what? Embrace it? Seek it?
There's no problem within Christian ethics
Hmm.
of having a position of political authority.
I didn't say that there is.
Then if you're
I
going
said
to be
ruling
informed,
from Christians
Yeah.
onto non-Christians
that's fine.
is wrong.
No, it's not wrong. And you haven't
Absolutely.
demonstrated it.
Absolutely.
All
What do you
you've
think
done is
sin
give me
is?
some passages out of context. One of them in which he was supposed to bow at Satan's feet.
They're not.
Another one where he says, I'm going to reject being the king of the Jews. So what?
How are these out of context?
Well, the first one we were talking about with Satan, he did not reject it due to political office. He rejected it because Satan said he got to bow down to me in order to get material
I
shit.
could go to that one, yeah.
Yeah. When it comes to the kingdom, that did not serve his mission. His mission was to come here and give us the good news. He was to give us the good news that his kingdom has come to earth. His kingdom is here.
How would reestablishing Israel not
Okay.
help with showing that the kingdom is here, that we're here to bring the good
Ask
news?
him. Why are you asking me that?
Because you're the one who...
You're asking me about the guys of God. His entire mission here was just to give you the good news. That was his mission.
You know what's cool in Skyrim and other games is that
How would
they
you not like
don't
Jesus
run out
because
of
you
reward
Christian
like
ethics?
We
quests
regularly push
because the quests are
He
radiant.
did not
which
anywhere
means
ever show
they
us where
always have
secular
something for
governance
you
was
to
supposed to be
do.
the order of the day,
Technically, you
and
can't
Christians were
complete the
supposed to
quest
only
with
follow
like all the
secularism.
quests
He never showed us this.
So then,
because
why does he say render to Caesar, right? Even Paul, in the case of Paul,
Because
is
it was talking about taxes.
they
okay.
give
So Paul,
like
for
the
example,
quest
So what was
givers
happening
give out
is-
existed under
indefinite
Nero,
Do you
quests.
want the answer?
Quest
Do you
like
want the
all the
answer to why
time.
you
If
say
you
render unto
complete
Caesar?
one,
Yeah.
then you
Okay, so here's
basically
what happened.
you can
He's dealing
re-ask
all the
them
time
and
out
then you get another
And
one.
lawyers would come up with these,
So
well, not just
I
Pharisees,
just
but
kinda
yes, also
like
Pharisees.
like
And they would come
it's
over to him and
not
ask him,
it's
oftentimes
not
hypothetically,
very
negative questions. In this particular case, we're
like
talking about
specific and
taxes,
it's like
right? So he gives
easy,
a parable.
but
He says, render unto Caesar what is his, right? Yes,
it's
you can render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. That in no way says that Caesar should be a Christian or use Christian ethics.
it's
There's
pretty
nothing
easy.
there
Like
for that.
sure, I would
it's
argue that
pretty
is
good because you
with
never
substantiate
run
this
out
because
of stuff to do.
I would say
I mean,
the
you could
consistent
do
pattern of Jesus
that
rejecting
even
political
if you
power over
don't
and
get
over
the
again.
like blanket of a quest at all because you can
You're right.
just do
You're right.
whatever
In
you
fact,
want. You
not
can
a single
I
Christian
don't
Is your
know.
mission to
One,
die
you
for
can make your
mankind?
own
You have a
quest
different mission?
where it
No,
says
my mission is to represent Christ as best as possible.
Okay, got it. So it's not
go
to
to
die for
every
mankind. You have a
corner
different
of
mission than Jesus
Spain
Christ did.
and do
Got it.
10,
So
10
where am I going
like
to find that
crouches.
Christians must live
I could do
only
a
secular
quest.
countries?
I didn't say that that's where you find it.
Okay, then why should I assume that Christians should only be able to rule in a secular way?
I didn't say that they should only rule in a secular
Well,
way.
then what is the
I said
problem?
that they should not impose onto Christians Christian moral law
You
that
have
would
a
make
lot
them
of followers.
We do it all the time.
I
Most
don't
of the
mind it
common law
though.
that you're referencing is imposed from Christian ethics.
It's not imposed from it, it's informed by it.
Yeah, and it's, by the way,
You might notice
when
I
they
never said I
push,
had an issue with being informed by it.
when
I
they
said
push,
imposed by it.
yeah, why is it that Christians can't impose that, but secularists can impose that?
Because secular people think Christian.
So they can just rule over Christians, but Christians can't rule over them.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to
Why not?
side of a mountain.
So what?
So Christians shouldn't be imposing tyranny on other people.
That's not tyranny.
Yeah,
Wait,
imposing
why is it all
imposing
blue
your
and
religious
stuff?
predilection onto others when it's against their interests and not their religion is kind of tyrannical. Yeah.
No, that's not tyrannical.
Oh, no.
It's not a
Weird.
then all laws would be tyrannical if it's an imposition on somebody's values that they don't like.
It would be if it's compelled, yeah. Compelled speech, for example,
Is that so? So, when you're talking about compelling a person to do a thing, are you saying that secularists don't compel people to do things? What about the draft?
yeah,
Let's
that's
go
not
over here.
It's not.
states can compel. Christians should not compel.
I don't understand. The draft is compelling people to do a thing,
I
right?
don't have a problem with states compelling. I have a problem with Christians compelling.
Yeah, but I don't understand.
Well, the difference here
I don't
with
understand.
Christians versus
What you said was that secularists should be able to, unless it's the case that they're pushing some value.
yes, so not secularists, states.
Yeah.
States shouldn't be able to compel people to do things that they would be violations of
So many people.
They shouldn't do that.
Those rights and liberties are informed literally by the perspective of the
I
person. So
have
if
my
people are
own
like, hey,
army.
we want to be able to watch porn if we want. You're like, no, you can't. You can't do that.
Alright, so
Or, hey, we want to run stop signs.
you
You're like, hey,
can't,
you
okay,
can't set their
yeah,
will.
yeah.
And they using force of law.
I don't have a problem with states compelling or using force of
Well,
law.
I don't have a problem with Christians doing that.
Yeah, that's where we differ.
Yeah, if you haven't made a
Let's,
compelling case anywhere,
Just
of
because
anything,
just because you don't find it compelling doesn't mean
it's just not compelling. You haven't
Let's
shown
go to
me anywhere that
legendary.
Christians can't impose Christian ethics. Nothing. In fact, I have the entire standard of the Bible to show that God anoints kings, that Jesus Christ is God, so he anointed kings. Your whole, the entirety of your argument to that is, it's because we didn't have democracy yet. It's because we weren't ready for
No,
kings
no.
yet.
no. Yeah. So
Yeah, show me where that's the case.
yeah. So
Show me where it's the case that God said. Jesus did not say we were not ever going to have moral kings again, ever.
You're right, but if we look at the type, I never said that he did. What I said is a typological argument. In the same way, for
The
example,
typology makes no
do we
sense.
just do everything that the Old Testament says?
course
Why
not.
not?
Because of Acts.
Go through it. Why don't we?
Okay, not a problem quiz. I just want to make sure though. Are you familiar with Acts? Okay, great. So then you should know why we don't do everything the Old Testament says.
Okay, so for example, why don't we follow, mixing of fibers?
Because
Okay.
of Acts.
Nintendo
Well,
Power bullshit.
Okay, so in Acts, this
Oh.
question is asked, especially about the idea of like Well, this was the question. Circumcision.
Thank you for
Do you
my
have to get
reward.
circumcised?
What did they say?
No, they said no. Because they imposed 3 new laws. They said no. In order to convert, you no longer have to do
Going to
circumcision
hold.
if you're converting over from being a Gentile. But you have to adhere to these moral laws, which is strangulation of
I
animals.
should try
That was
walking
one.
everywhere. That would be
I
fun.
think it was strangulation of animals, and then there was 2 other ones. We can pull them up real quick, though.
These weren't laws, right? These were like precepts for Christians,
Yes.
which are not laws.
Well, wait a second. They're laws within Christianity.
That's not the same thing as state laws.
Yeah, but I think that's equivocation. We were specifically discussing Acts.
Sure.
Yeah, and we were asking how it is that you were like, why don't we follow Old Testament law? And it's because in Acts this was reconciled with what the conversion of the Gentiles needed to be.
Right.
Yeah. That makes my point.
Okay.
Not your
This doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it does. It answers your question as to why we don't do that anymore.
Yeah,
Did you have some reason that you were asking that question?
Yeah, I
Was it just for fun?
Yeah, it was for an establishment of the new covenant, right?
Well, no. Covenant theology, the way that you view it, I don't view it that way. I view things as a continuum. It's not old and new covenant. There's no reconciliation. This is a continuation. We still follow the old commandments.
Okay, so
We
is it
still follow the old commandments. We still follow all 10 of them. Jesus Christ told us to, and then gave us 2 additional commandments on top of it to follow. So no, that's incorrect. We do follow much in the Old Testament. We don't generally follow Levitical law. We don't follow Levitical law because Gentiles converting over. We were told exactly in Acts how that was supposed to possible.
so if they engage in Levitical law, would it be sin, or why is it not sin for Gentiles to not participate in Levitical law?
Ask the question again.
Why is it not sin for Gentiles to not participate in Levitical law?
Why is it not sin to not participate? Ask it a different way. Because I hear 2
Why
answers.
is it not wrong for
not
Gentiles to not get circumcised?
Why is it not wrong for Gentiles to not get circumcised? Ask it in positives. Should. Maybe should.
Why is it wrong? Why is it okay for Gentiles to remain uncircumcised?
Why is it? Oh, because that's what was laid down in Acts by the apostles.
Yeah, but why?
Because they were trying to figure out how to convert over people who wanted to convert over to Christianity and whether or not they needed to follow Jewish law.
Right.
And the answer was no.
Right.
And they drew on the teachings of Jesus Christ, which you're intimately familiar with, which you're not, that, yeah, no, you don't have to do that.
Alright.
So they looked at it and they said, these laws actually, they don't matter anymore. They were valid in the Old Testament, they were sin in the Old Testament, but now they're
I'm
not
on
sin.
the throne.
No.
So was it sin?
Those are still sinful things.
So being uncircumcised is sinful.
No. Not being uncircumcised is sinful. But even in the Old Testament, this was prescribed for Jews only.
Well, was it a sin for Jews?
It wasn't a sin for not Jews to do it, but it is still sinful. Even if you don't follow Christian ethics, you can still sin. This is the thing. There's a distinction in our worldview.
Sure. The issue is like when we talk about non-Christian sinning, right? It's almost empty, right? Because
It's not empty.
of course it is. When we talk about sins, yeah, of course we do. Because when we talk about sins, we're talking about the sins of omission, commission, and original sin, right?
No, we're talking about, well, first of all, I don't believe in original sin.
Okay.
I believe in ancestral sin. That's a Catholic thing that you're referencing.
Time is pretty
Okay, so you
places.
don't believe, let's say, you don't believe that humans are born into a state of separation from God, and that we need salvation to bring us back to Him.
Well, wait a second. You do need salvation. That's true. But when you're talking about original sin, this gets into Genesis, the ideas of Genesis. So,
Do not recognize Genesis?
yes, of course I do. But I'm giving you a distinction in theology. When you say original sin, you just mean Adam and Eve both sinned. And so, okay, what do you mean by original sin?
Okay, what I mean is a state of being that we are bent towards sin and need the mercy of salvation, right? The existence that all
Yeah,
humans
I do already know about
Consider this to
conjuration.
be ancestral sin that
Okay, we can call it
yeah,
ancestral
that's the
sin.
curse, basically the curse of the earth.
And we need salvation to
From our
rectify it.
yes, of course we need salvation.
Right, and we're all in that status without salvation, right?
Yes.
Including non-Christians.
Yes.
Whereas in the case of omission and commissions, right, one of the important things about omissive sin is knowing something is right and failing to do it, or commission, which is knowing something is wrong and failing to do
Which
it.
just made a big mistake because remember earlier you said the truth's written on the heart.
Yeah, I think that we should know that we can like broadly know these
And then
things.
that would mean that you you cannot allow people who are not Christians to give them a pass on sinning because they know the truth, right?
Not in the specific way of like religious precepts. In the way of
What
like, virtue
truth do they
ethics.
know?
The virtue ethics of orienting towards like less harm and doing.
So then they know what's not sinful.
Not necessarily.
So
Oh,
I
looks like we
understand.
have visitors.
What do they know here exactly?
They have an orientation towards the good that God builds into them.
Okay,
Yeah.
so an orientation not to sin, because to not sin is good.
Well, it depends on what sin.
The danger,
All
huh?
sins are bad.
Sure.
Okay, so then they would have an orientation to not do any of those bad things, which is sin.
Okay, so let me ask you this: Why do
Don't ask me, answer first, then ask.
why do
Answer, then
priests?
ask.
No, I'm not going to.
You're not, then I'm not going to.
It gets louder.
We'll just sit here and stare at each other.
This is such a perfect time to let some chats come through. We have Shaw here. Thank you, Shaw.
Steve donated $100.
Thank you, Shaw.
How exactly is opposition to evolution anti-science? Evolution doesn't always satisfy the scientific method. It requires
Jeez, look how many danger there are.
It's not even science. Opposing it is science.
Of course, it's falsifiable, it's testable, it's yes, and you have robust and validated evidence for it.
Oh, these are the Griffin Gates mods.
$100. Kyla, the equality of human beings regardless of differences or likability is not even established without Christian beliefs.
Okay.
With unalienable rights by creator access
Go
to
this way.
rights and democracy.
But no, creator doesn't mean God. It means something else that's created.
I just talked to seculars who believe in like natural law. Like, yes, there are secular arguments for like all humans.
Frost, thank you very much for the message. You guys want to get your own
You just don't find them in the
It's not even a matter of compelling. It's a matter of Christian ethics. You're a Christian ethicist, right? Okay. When you're talking about secular natural rights, what the fuck are you even talking about? You don't believe in them.
Well, we're going, because we're going back to the Griffin tradition, right? I understand.
And we got three things.
So it's not justified. So your beliefs aren't justified, neither are theirs.
Well, in the way that he's saying this, right? So he's trying to say, you can't even establish anything because secular beliefs are unjustified. And it's like, at a foundational axiomatic level, all beliefs are unjustified, right? And natural law theory as well. I don't find it compelling is the coherent, recognized philosophical system that does have strong argumentations for how it establishes, like, equal yes, of humans.
And while I don't find Kyla's, entire worldview compelling, right? All that matters is that because both of us can establish justification. Fuck, I don't.
Almost dead.
What anyone has said, or
But it
you
reduces
can strawman me. You can strawman me if you'd like.
No, I'm making an argument. It literally would reduce to this that there's no moral facts and moral anti-realism is the case, that Kyla just says that she assumes her worldview, therefore it's true, she's building everything
Didn't
up
you
based on
concede a
this
Griffith's trail
assumption.
enough to me?
That would be the point though. Neither of us can justify, we have no moral
So
facts.
you were lying before when you said
I
that.
didn't lie. I just said I adopted the entire worldview.
So you believe that? Well, then of course you
There's no moral facts, so when you say...
I didn't say there's no
when
moral
even-
facts.
and
Nope.
by the way, even when it's the case, when he says secular ethics, if it's the case that you're like, oh, okay, well, the thing is like, I don't find that compelling. The secularist says, oh, okay, that's nice. I don't find your shit compelling.
Yeah.
How do we determine who's right?
Reason and logic. We argue it out, right? We
Yeah,
grant each other's assumptions. I grant infinite regression.
Why
They
should we
grant
follow reason and
dogmatism.
logic? Why?
I think it's led to the best outcomes, and I think it's the only sense data that we can possibly.
Yeah, but when you say best outcomes, right? When
I
you
mean
say...
in a virtue ethicist way and a pragmatic way.
Right, within the way that you think that they're the best.
No, I think the way that God thinks is the best.
Right, the way that you think God thinks is the best.
Yeah, of course, the same as you.
Right, so if you think it's the way that God thinks is the best, and somebody else says, I think that that's the way that God thinks is the best, how do we draw the delineation between the two to determine you're right?
Usually we use reason and logic to make
We
arguments.
use reason and logic, and they disagree.
From a foundation, yeah, sort of
Now what?
foundation. Well, the problem is that some reasonable beliefs are fundamentally unresolvable. That like there are reasonable conclusions that we can hold
Let's
that
go
are
to
built on
White
a
Run.
foundationally unjustifiable system where we have to go. I think that's a reasonable conclusion, but I think you're wrong because I prefer dogmatism. And they go, well, I think what you're saying is kind of reasonable, but I think you're wrong because I prefer infinite regression. And I utilize infinite regression in this case to make natural law.
Okay, so then if that's the case, then if all of us are just going off of like vibes, bro, because
It's
that's
not
what we're
just
doing.
vibes.
It
Don't
is.
reduce philosophy to just vibes.
Well, in your case,
Nope.
I'm sorry. In
Our
this
case, remember?
In our case,
Oh.
it's just vibes, man. See, if I don't agree with Kyla and we get through logic, it's the most good faith. We get through logic, we get through reason, we get through all these things. We have fundamental disagreements still. We don't agree on any of this. It's just like, that's fine. Okay,
how do you
great,
solve-
it's fine. I'm agreeing, it's
No,
fine.
you're not
So
agreeing.
if we
So
agree,
here's the issue.
I
You're not
literally
agreeing.
just agreed.
You
And
just
I
don't want
agree.
to solve the
That's
Griffiths
just
I'm
trilemma.
not fighting
You
you.
believe that there's objective moral fact, right?
literally, wait, we believe it.
Well, you do as well.
Don't we believe there's
Sure, but
objective
you
moral?
do as well.
Okay, how do we believe that there's objective moral facts, though?
I'm asking you.
I don't know, because I don't believe in objective
Yeah,
moral facts.
don't
Because I'm
I
going
have
to
a
grip a
kid or
trilemist.
something?
What are you, a trolleyist? What does this even mean? It's just
It just means I don't
philosophical
understand.
problem.
It's been
I'm
too
asking you.
long.
I don't believe in moral facts. I'm a moral anti-realist, and I
Well,
have
this is
to be.
obviously not true.
It's obviously true.
So I'm asking you, how do you solve a Griffiths trilemma?
Why would I solve a thing I conceded is true?
Because you don't actually believe it's true.
Prove it.
Based on everything that you've said, hence we talked about a Griffiths trilemma, right? You keep on insisting that I don't believe in moral fact, but you present it in such a way of saying, this
No,
is so
sorry,
absurd
we
and silly.
don't believe in moral facts.
I believe in moral facts. Maybe you do.
But you can't figure out how you get there without.
I already told you, foundationalist lens, you can use, so moral objectivity can exist in a foundationalist lens, right? So you build some axiom. God is real. Okay? God is my axiom.
God's your axiom.
Tautology. Yeah. And God can make real moral facts. And then you can build off of that. That's how you do it.
Okay.
That's how you do it too,
Yeah,
by the way.
But I have an axiom for more powerful God than your God who negates your moral facts.
That one.
That's not an axiom.
Why is that not an axiom?
How is my God's more powerful a tautology or an axiom?
My
How is
God
it
is more
foundational?
powerful because he's more powerful.
What do you mean by powerful?
Like he can do more stuff than
Baby,
your God.
ride,
Like, what do you mean by
records, baby, run,
Like, I don't know, he can make gods more powerful than himself.
prove it?
Well, wait, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Justify
We
it.
can't justify things. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
These aren't axioms
why is that not an axiom?
because none of this is tautological axiomatic. They're not foundational.
All right.
Wait,
So
do you
the
think
trick
you have to have a
this place
tautology that's an axiom?
Not always, but most axioms reduce into tautologies. Yeah.
Well, you're talking about a reduction to a tautology. Does an axiom never be a tautology?
Patches of as I'm sure you've noticed.
No, but
right there.
No, they don't have to be tautologies.
Alright.
So, if it's the case
A
that
moral. So what's the moral case for my God is more powerful?
Let us quick
Let's
save
say that.
why would that be a moral case?
and make sure that there is nothing
Why would
left
that
in
be?
Sham 6
Why
Tower.
would God be more powerful than the whole thing?
I'm assuming if you're using it as your axiom for your moral basis, we're talking about
Well, just
moral.
God.
Well, we're talking about
I'm just saying God.
Are we not talking about moral
You know what I'll
reality?
use?
Okay, I'm done.
Is the God. Yeah, so
All right, before we do that, let's turn down the bloody
That was
music.
a fun but I'm tired now.
So therefore, I don't
Divine
believe in
command
moral
theorist
facts.
and also a subjectivist, I suppose.
That's objectively true.